shot, still missed us. I will never give up. If I'm bleeding, then I'm gonna see it chop. Pin post, I never switch up. Took your best shot, still missed us. 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 And I swear I put my life on it. Can't believe fruit grew from the stripe of it. Neck used to have a knife on it. Looking in the mirror and I got that ice on it. And it's iconic, and it's ironic. I'm getting paid just to put together phonics. Had to keep my focus, had to counter locus. Dreamed about this moment even when I felt the lowest. Now I'm making waves, yeah, I feel like roses. Heat turned up when I was steady codes. You ain't gotta love me, but you're gonna notice. 10 toes down, you can keep the roses. I will never give up. If I'm bleeding, then I'm gonna see it chop. Pin post, I never switch up. Took your best shot, still missed us. I will never give up. If I'm bleeding, then I'm gonna see it chop. Pin post, I never switch up. Took your best shot, still missed us. 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 Took your best shot, still missed us.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day? You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Going for it, and here comes the steal.
Between World yang menjadi pemisah dunia.
มีดินเวิร์ไผ่หน้ามายังคงรอชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
As well, and even full commit is sticking.
But they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away. Yes, but the damage is gonna be enough. W does pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the magnet.
At the middle of the Infinity is going to be taken down by Inferno already.
มันเรื่องตรงนี้เสียงคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ดันเข้ามาพร้อมชาโด
What's up, Summoners? Welcome to the grand final of LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. Back with me, Abigail, your host, and we will also have Contra as our analyst as usual, and Manamo and also Dropout Candy as our casters. Guys, only one team will have a chance to advance to the LCP Promotion and Relegation, and yesterday we witnessed the dominant 3-0 performance by Full Sense, which secured the spot and left Fairy Charm in third place. But today, we won't just see which region will come out on top of the LCP World Cup. We'll also get to watch the unfinished match between these two teams, Contra.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a long journey for all the teams that have participated all across the regions. And, 450 of them, and now it's only down to 2. And we've really got the very best out of them. I mean, Full Sense, we've seen how well they've played yesterday. They have not even dropped any form of games in between the series. That means that there's no weakness to be exploited by those members of Inferno that was probably studying some patterns. But hey, maybe they found a couple of all these loopholes that they could actually punish. We'll have to see about that. And then you take a look at Inferno Esports, you know, some may have doubted them because they were the second seed coming in from Liga
Republica.
Liga Republica, bro. Yeah.
I'm so sorry about that. Yep, I gotta get it right.
That's
Liga
all right.
Republica. So a lot of people might think that, hey, it's just the second seed, but hey, they proved everybody wrong, and now they're already firmly planted, watching all the matches, the first one to be in the finals. So I am definitely excited because these two teams, they're definitely in for a lot of feisty brawls.
Exactly, but Manomo, I mean, considering the performance of the Full Sense yesterday, what do you have in mind with the prospect between these two teams?
Draft. I just want to see Full Sense drafting like yesterday again because it's really mind-blowing and it works for them. And as we knew that Full Sense is the only team that can stole a point from Inferno Esports on the group stage. So yeah, we really wonder what they have a lot more in this grand final because Inferno Esports looking absolutely really strong in this.
Definitely, but I would like to also hear something from Dropout County as Inferno Esports is the representative of Philippines, and I believe Dropout Candy maybe can give us an opposed opinion because he's the only one who wears white today, man.
Alright, I'm just here right now. This is our national attire. Barong Tagalog. So I'm the sole representative for the Philippines, and this might be a pretty intense one. I don't know how is it gonna go compared to yesterday. It was 3-0, but I am expecting somewhere between the lines of a gentleman sweep or so. If it goes to 5 games, I will be vitally impressed by both teams at this point. But you know, IE, they've been waiting for this moment for a long time. They've been hungry ever since getting that getting that seed from Liga Republica, and now they're trying to get the run back from Full Sense here. It was 1-1. They technically didn't lose. They technically didn't win either. So right now, this is the final showdown between the both of them, Abigail.
Yeah, and to be honest, I really love the excitement from all of these talents of today, and I believe every single person in the live stream also feel the same way. And talking about the LCP World Cup itself, I mean, we've gone through lots of interesting matches. I mean, there's teams who could not make it, and also there are teams who try to struggle their way to just have a spot in the bracket stage. But today, the only two teams, Inferno Esports and Full Sense, is the two strongest regions right now in LCP wildcards. But talking about the grand final, yes, Full Sense yesterday already showed us a very unique composition of draft that they can pull out in the best of 5 series. But how about Inferno Esports Contra?
I mean, when we take a look at Inferno Esports, they haven't really shown us something too funky, but I think like the most important portion of what Inferno brings to the table is that their level of aggression has been unmatched. And I think like the only one that has been able to really match that kind of tempo really was the jungler coming in from the members of Full Sense. I mean, when you take a look at their group stages, these two teams actually tied, and there was that game that went into the gridlock where nobody has been able to break the game wide open despite having 2 elders being taken out throughout that span of the match. It really went all the way to 50 minutes in order to settle the scores, and that could have actually been anyone's game out there. I think like for me, it's really boiling down on all the playmaking potential coming in for the mid laners, coming in from the jungler from both ends.
I really love the way you pull out that topic because I always see these two teams as a very aggressive team on the early game, but for IE, they're sort of like have a little bit more flexibility than Full Sense. They can play aggressive at the early game, but they also can a little bit passive, and you just strike their way on the late game, Manabo.
Yeah, I think the thing that really differentiates IE and Full Sense against the other teams, the rest of the team, is like how they understand their comms, how it's to work, and the micro play is just really, really good, and they show us in the group stage.
Yeah, and on the bracket stage, Inferno Esports actually have 1 day rest, and on the other hand, Full Sense already, have kind of warm up with 3-0 yesterday, and now they are ready for the grand final. This is going to use the same system for the grand final because our grand final will also use the best of 5 series, and of course, fearless drop out candy.
I think this fearless draft will really determine how deep the pool for both of these teams are. We've already seen hints between Full Sense FFRC from yesterday where the draft was immaculate. Like, you can see how well Full Sense really showed out against FFRC there. Bring some weird picks to the table as well. I didn't expect Singe out to be there, to be mid lane, so to say. So I am mightily impressed. So Inferno Esports, if you got some things in the bag, you might as well bring it out now, as they are the representative shown on our screen at the moment.
Yes, Liga Republica 2025. I mean, that's also something that majority of people of League of Legends player know, that the Philippines, Thailand, and also SDMY is one of the strongest regions so far. And the Philippines prove us the consistency of the performance. And talking about the other regions, like for example Thailand, we always, have a stereotype of player Thailand is always a very aggressive one in terms of playstyle control.
I mean, they have definitely produced some of the best junglers back in the past as well in those kind of regional tournaments across Southeast Asia and also beyond. But what I really want to highlight as well, since we've also mentioned the Fearless Draft, is the two coaches have so much work to do. Asin, who is leading the charge for the side of Inferno, he's had plenty of experience coming in for the PCS and for Full Sense as well. Inflames so far has been able to show us all these amazing drafts from yesterday that, hey, you thought that Silas is gonna go mid, but no, he puts it in the jungle and he allowed Ite to have so much fun in the mid lane with, the Sin Tao mid, and then there was another bruiser that they brought in as well. And I believe that was a Jarvan mid that we saw.
Yeah, Jarvan mid.
It was kind of crazy that this Full Sense team kind of can play anything they want.
Yep, and also that's the beauty of a fearless draft itself, and because if you take a look at how Full Sense is trying to securing the draft back then on the group stage phase, they just play it kind of safe because you actually don't want to pull out your strategies before it's time runnable.
Yeah, and I think like the flexibility that Full Sense has, they just really, really knew how to play with the draft. They knew the flexibility that they have. Also, I want to mention excellence on the top lane that has been a constant good player that really, really, like, especially in the third game, in the last game against FRC that we saw, playing Jax and really just finding a good momentum with Ite on the Jarvan.
Yeah, and talking about the today's schedule, we only have one match with the best of 5 series between Inferno Esports and Full Sense, and their match will be the match that completed the event of LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. We'll take a look at the group standings. I mean, this is going to be interesting to talk to because the only team who are able to get more than 5 points is just Inferno and Full Sense. And talking about the other participant from the other regions, it felt like they're also facing challenges towards these two teams. Even Fericham, who also we mentioned, probably will become the champion, were beaten to 3-0 by Full Sense and Drop Candy.
This could really, really mean a lot too for the other regions as well. FRC doing mightily well in the semifinals. It was 3-0, but they were glimpses that FRC had chances to take at least a game off them. So these regions that participated in this tournament are developing. Like we got South Asia, we got ID, we also so many regions, right, that we could have gotten their performance too, but it's just too strong, man. Like, you already told us that MYSG, Thailand, and the Philippines are some of the strongest regions, and before this entire like series was not with us, we used to be participating in the greatest stage of them. Oh, we got Worlds, right? So now we're just developing from stage 1, right? We're planting the seeds for this entire region, and it's so great that the competition is still intense up to this day, and I can't wait for this matchup to begin. And now, Abigail, what are we waiting for, man? We got the 1v1 showdown, I believe.
Of course, that's what we are waiting for, because yesterday we also had 1v1 side selection showdown, and today will be the same. I mean, it would not be fair if today we had this kind of 1v1 side selection and today we are not having it. No, ain't no way. We will have 1v1 set selection. Well, to be honest, yesterday's 1v1 set selection showdown was kind of weak and not really went like I expected, because the Diana pick is sort of like, kind of overwhelmed the Akali. But today, I'm done for everything. I mean, just plot any single interesting mid lane champions from League of Legends to play on 1v1, and I think this is going to be pretty interesting too, because we're talking about the pride of the mid laners, Contra.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a plethora of options on the table, right? Like, I was kind of hoping that maybe in the future rule set where you kind of allow just about any kind of champions to be playing in that mode, then you get a lot more funky stuff. Like, I remembered I've done some of all these 1v1s back in the days. I would say that I'm a washed up player myself, but in some of all these local tournaments and these 1v1s, some people whip up funky stuff like a Lulu AD and stuff like that. But hey, I would say if it's only gonna mid lane matchup, you are expecting, something that is really good to have sustainability and well. But let's also take a look back into what went down on after the World Series, right? Because back in the group stages, this was a really back and forth kind of match. But yesterday, FRC, yeah, we did talk about a lot of all those close instances. FRC had their chances yet again. But all the matches from the was way too grab that really benefited Fullsense and the entire.
Yeah, and the domination of Fullsense is kind of overwhelming for FRC itself. But to be honest, that was a time where I think FRC also did a very good job during the second and third game, but sadly they just could not maximize it anymore.
Yeah, because like we said earlier, the counter strike from Excellence, the potential wombo combo from this drop from Fullsense itself is really good on the third game, but we came back actually into the first game with Fullsense FRC. We just saw Fullsense pulling out Jinja mid, and we talked about this earlier in yesterday with Madness, because drafting like this is really hurting because it's also a fearless draft, so you just really shrink down the enemy's champion pool. Like for example, in Scene 1, 2 junglers already been picked from Fullsense, and it's really hurting Reverie champion pool pick a lot.
Yeah, but I think considering the pool of Fullsense itself, I mean, they also have a very beautiful dynamics during the bad I play section, especially when they try to pick counters for FRC from a candy.
I mean, even the games where FRC really had an edge, you can see how well Fullsense does adjust to the scenario as well. So it's a pretty hard matchup, so to say, because in that 1-to-1 matchup against Inferno Esports, I felt like mid lane was the point of contention there. And funnily enough, IE had to swap mid laners in that series because they knew that maybe Celeste had a different plan in mind there besides Crimson. Again, props to Crimson for performing the entire group stage through, but Celeste has the tournament experience. He knows how to be cool under pressure, and against this matchup against I, it's gonna be a fun one as well, because we know that whoever's gonna win that mid lane will be the one dictating the pace of this entire game. So I'm excited to see what these mid laners have in store for us.
Well, after you pull out the topic about the Crimson and also Celeste that also brought up, a different tempo for IE, this is going to be very interesting. Which one will be come first to have to have a match with Ite? What do you think, Contra?
Well, let me clear my throat for a little bit. I kind of was choking for a little bit. So, all right, let's go into what this is, right? I mean, best of 5, where if it gets long drawn out, you really want somebody with fresh pair of eyes, hands, who has been able to really read the game to jump in, and then it throws a little bit more of curveball towards their opponents. I mean, over the bot lane, you've also seen that power up play for the side of Full Sense, whereas mid lane, there was that kind of sword and shield situation. And, speaking of which, I believe we're also getting our game ready with the side selection to begin with.
Yeah, and the rules pretty much the same with yesterday because players will decide right to side selection through a 1v1 showdown, offering an element of skill to side selection. And players can only pick from the mid lane champion pool for 1v1, and a total 3 bans will be allowed for each player. And match will end immediately when one of the following happens. So it's like the standard rules. Anything with a player gets 2 kills or a player destroys the opponent's route. And this is the 1v1 champion pool. Yesterday we saw Akali versus Diana, but maybe, just maybe, Yasuo and Yone will be a good match too, Manabo.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, I also think about that. The brothers maybe on the mid lane can also be the option, but we saw actually from the ban itself that some really good champions on the mid, like Cassiopeia, because it's because the 1v1 win conditions, it's really good for ranged champions also in the mid lane.
Yeah, and we're talking about the 1v1 wins conditions as well. Before 7 minutes, like I mentioned before, we will have a standard rules. It's the first 2 kills will win the 1v1, or first one to destroy it wins to red. But after 7 minutes, that will be sudden death. The first kills by champion or Ring of Fire. So this will add an oh my god! Why lighting?
I think they read your mind.
Yeah, so it's been banned.
Yes, so it's been banned. I mean that would be perfect. That would be a perfect script. I mean, if it will sound like we have the script of the 1v1 selection because Inferno already picked Yone, and that would be lovely too if you have Yasuo as the opponent. But regardless of the ban of Yasuo itself, Yone and Fizz. I mean, yes, Fizz has a burst damage, but to wait until his ultimate skill open, I think that's too, probably too long for the movie.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't see Fizz here every day. I'm not gonna lie with you. When was the last time you've seen Fizz in the Rift? Ever? Right? I mean, he does have Playful Trickster, one of his signature abilities. He can be a little bit evasive against the Yone, which could be a factor here because he does have burst potential. And you should never forget the Chum the Waters, one of his signature abilities. Throw the fish and then eat the fish. I don't know what's gonna happen here in this 1v1, Abigail, but it is gonna be fun. I mean, we're all gonna be here anyway, right? Am I right? Are we all gonna be here?
Yeah.
That's right.
No. I'm
Right.
not. I'm lying. You will be alone. Bye bye.
Me?
What? That's great.
But take a look at the builds, man. That's like a double Doran's blade on that Fizz. So it is going to be an 80 Fizz moving to this matchup, which will mean that he'll be looking to max Q as well as W in order to do maximum potential damage. And there, you've already seen a big chunk onto Crimson.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough. Playful Trickster already used. Where's the Urgent Strike? He is very close in HP. And we know that Itai has the passive on Fizz as well. So a lot of DOT's gonna come through. First blood coming into Itai. And that is 1 kill out of 2 here. Might be hints for this matchup later on. We're not sure about it.
I have no clue, but I'd love to see it.
But that was quick though. I mean, it's going to give a Full Sense an advantage. Which side they want to pick. And for Ite, it's kind of giving me a deja vu like yesterday, Maramo.
Yeah, and yeah, we see Ite really aggressive on this 1v1 against the opposite side, which he plays Diana yesterday, and really he knew that the face that he's gonna pick. Yeah, we talk about this guy's champions pool a lot, and he really showing it.
Yeah, but here it comes. The Inferno Crimson. Will he able to at least even the numbers of the dead to this stock?
I mean, one thing to find out here. I mean, Crimson's just farming around the area. I'm pretty sure I already. He's already passed out. So again, it's 1-1 here for both. No, not really. I forgot that 1v1 the rules are different. I thought this was ARAM, so you could just base and just get back without any consequence. So I thought Itai actually got slain. So apparently not. So he got healed back. So he has a huge advantage moving forward here. So going into at least 7 minutes, I feel like he does have an advantage because he has ultimate available.
What do you think, Contra?
I mean, you take a look at the item differences as well. He's got the recurve bolt online and also having pretty much another supplementary item for a little bit more added movement speed as well as some damage output. And it's also a wise move that he is actually going for the refill potion. And here we go, already jumping right through, burning out that potion already. So Crimson now will have to be extremely careful, and he's got to just wait until he gets his level 6.
Yeah, that would be disappointing because you just lose a redemption and even 2 redemptions because this is going to be Ite's big advantage because he already reaches level 7 and it's no time for Ite to do a very aggressive move, Manabo.
Yeah, and the trade has been good, and you know, like the flash has been commented. Ooh, close, and the burn. The Crimson is taking and still survive with 70 HP.
Oh, this is rough. Is he gonna base though? I think like he should, cause like
Nah.
at least there's some platings though.
He's not gonna go for it. He's gonna come out swinging, bro. He got Playful Trickster, Urgent Strike. There's no way Itai should not secure the skill against Crimson here. I mean, he has how many plates already? I think first turret's gonna be down as well. So looking at the HP bar, it feels like it's almost gonna be over, but it's a little bit of it's a weird scenario. No, here comes the Urgent Strike. Up, shields out. Itai just needs to hit one Playful Trickster, and we're gone! And he goes to the other side, fade sealed. Itai, awkward. Where are you going, brother, Crimson? Oh, gets the knock up, but there's no damage to be done there. So Itai barely alive, but I feel like one EQ combo from Itai can do it. He tries to get the Q up, Urgent Strike, and that is it. 2 kills coming into Itai, and probably hints of what's gonna happen later on as Full Sense. They take the right side selection here.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I thought that will be a dilemma for Inferno Esports if Yone leaves the turret. I mean, if you go back to the base to recharge your HP level, HP points, it will leave your turret or structure you have been damaged by the fist. So I think, well, still still a good job for Inferno Esports to just try to get a little bit pressure to Ite, but despite the 1v1 selection, we already got the answer. Full Sense once again won the 1v1 side selection showdown and choose blue side. Well, this is going to be very interesting, Contra.
Yeah, first let me wrap up that final bout. I mean, I thought it was really, really close for an outplay coming in from Crimson, and he was really setting up those baits, and I think like overall Ite still read it out like a book, so that's great. Now, going to what you just mentioned, blue side selection is what is potent for the side of Full Sense, because that's where they've been cooking all these crazy drafts. Like, remember that Xin Zhao, you remember that Silas in the jungle, Tavern in the mid lane. Yeah, all this was done over onto the blue side. So I think like this is the reason why Full Sense they're feeling rather confident. It's like, it's okay, we can let them have that double pick. We've always been able to come up with a certain form of solution. So I think it's a good showing of confidence coming in from Full Sense as well, where they've been able to really find a lot of all these angles to work with. So we'll have to see how Infinity Esports respond with, because when we take a look at those kind of drafts as well, both sides are going to be either banning out a lot of all these jungle picks as well as all these mid lane pulls. So definitely super exciting.
Yeah, because for Full Sense and also IE, they kind of movement kind of revolves around the mid lane, baron lane, aka top lane, and also the jungle level.
Yeah, because like you see, we talked a lot about it earlier. The red side also have their own advantages. You know, the double pick, the last counter pick in the drafting phase. So yeah, and we see Crimson in the mid for this first game for Inferno Esports. So I think the mid lane that you just mentioned earlier, we want to see what Full Sense gonna cook in this first game, or they just gonna be play like a general draft. I think it's also good for Full Sense.
Yup, and these players from Inferno Esports will face Full Sense. I mean, having 1 day break, yes, an advantage, but I'm a type of a person who prefers to play almost every single day to just make sure your body and also your brain and also your fingers got a decent warm-up done.
I mean, maybe we need a break every now and then, right? I mean, a 1 day break is enough just to talk about pick bans, maybe do some scrims around the area. But for Full Sense, they're using their entire roster again against that FRC squad. And for IE, we do have Crimson on the board as well. So no Celeste at the moment. Maybe if things go awry, maybe they're gonna have to sub him out. But for now, Crimson has a lot of responsibility in this plate. A lot of things he has to think about. Think about the jungler. We got you. We also have Excellence, who was the match MVP from yesterday's match. So big things to watch out for the side of Inferno. They had 1 day to try and prepare for this. Let's see if it does pay off for them.
Yeah, and talking about yesterday, IE surely already watched the surprise that FS can pull out for today's ban and pick. So I would not be surprised if we are able to see Full Sense or aka Ite playing Darius on the mid lane contra at this point. I mean,
well, if that's going to be the case, I just will sit and try to find my best capabilities to break it down. Why exactly do they want to place that Darius up in the mid lane? But hey, since you mentioned, some kind of top lane kind of matchup, I mean, out of all the other top laners, LCW have always been able to show up.
yeah, but to be honest, I would like to expect another crazy pace from not only Full Sense but on the IE's part as well. I would like to see something that you can expect from the Bruisers mid lane from Full Sense. But let's take a look at the first game ban epic session on the grand final between Full Sense and also IE. They just strictly pick Aurora, and it plays a very important role on FS first game yesterday, Manamu.
Yeah, they really love their Aurora or Full Sense. They can flex it to Excellence or Ite, and it's still a flex pick from Excellence, but few actually lock in the Lee Sin quite early, and the Gallia, I think because the Lee Sin has been locked, it's gonna be for Ite. So different from yesterday, Full Sense this time they didn't want to mess this up. They want to focus on their top mid jungle combo, and I think it's respectable because they knew they can really mess up this time against this Inferno Esports, and really the stakes are high. The slot for the LCP promotion is really high for Full Sense.
Yeah, for IE, it's sort of like they would just want to secure 3 different lanes, which is a Baron lane, a jungle, and also dual lane Drop Candy.
Yeah, they locked in the Yunari here for austerity, so they want to get rid of some options for Blondie now, and they want to give Crimson, they want to give austerity a little bit of a smoother lane here coming forward. So Caitlyn out, probably any of the champions that have larger range or stun potential here should be a good ban here for Yunara. But we still have a few picks that Blondie can use. I think the Virus is still available, the Jhin is still available. Possibly a Lucian Nami that we saw in the first game, so they kind of need to have an urgency here. They don't want to get that Lucian Nami combo. They already know how it's being used because they already used it. So maybe avoid that scenario this time around. So mid lane's already gone, and Crimson is not getting a lot of these mid priorities now because he's getting moved way behind the draft this time.
Yeah, but for Full Sense, they also have already a very strong ganking, a combo wombo, but now they have to focus on the team fire to control.
Yeah, I mean, overall, what the first 3 picks are telling you is that they're already looking for those big team fights on both sides, right? So I think, like, out of all these bans, that final removal of Talia makes a whole lot of sense because you can always match up with the global pressure coming from the hero's entrance. But you also left out a few core picks like the Azir. There's also the Sylas still available in this matchup, which we've seen a lot of pro players around the world. They usually go into this matchup with a decent kind of laning phase. But then again, I think that Azir definitely will have a little bit more of that safety net. Plus, it's not going to be easily gankable by Lee Sin, which brings a lot of value. On top of course, bringing out the Emperor's Divide, aka Sugar Shuffle for those who, love to watch a lot of those clips. So now, I think like IE just really got to find something solid.
Yeah, the Lucian Dummy classic pickup from Full Sense to, straightly win the first game. And for IE, it's time for them to, take a counter for these 2 duel and Manamo.
Yeah, and I love the Lucian Dummy, but the point is for Full Sense is they cannot get themselves behind because the short range that they have. If they get left behind with this Azir, with this hyper engage with Alistar and Wukong, it's really gonna hurt Full Sense a lot, especially Azir. We haven't seen Azir a lot in this tournament. Maybe only Raphael from Young Depal that we play this Emperor of Shurima, but we'll see. The engage is really strong with the Alistar, with the Wukong, and the Azir that Control already mentioned. So, Full Sense, I think it's gonna be hard for them in the early game because we knew Inferno Esports playing really aggressive in the early, and the draft really makes sense for them to play a hyper aggressive early game.
Yeah, hyper aggressive early game from IE, but that applies the same with Full Sense Control.
Yeah, I mean, overall, definitely they're looking for a lot of all these pick-off angles, and then if there's anything that goes anywhere wrong, perhaps they could actually pull out the big tidal wave coming from Yu Yu Usaki. He's been phenomenal on this Nami, so I think like this is stock standard coming from the bot laners of Full Sense. But then again, you take a look at Infinity Esports, I mean, Doc has definitely pointed out that, all these kind of big abilities, you're looking at displacements to really pull those Full Sense members out of those favorable situations for them into an undesirable one.
Yup, and this is going to be a very exciting first game of the grand final between Inferno Esports versus Full Sense. Who will take the first game? So I'm gonna pass it to our casters. So Manamo and Drop Out Candy, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Abigail, as well as Contra Manamo. Oh my goodness! I can't believe it. We are at the cusp of this tournament, IE versus Full Sense. I think you have a little bit of bias here for Full Sense. I'm a little bit biased here for IE. So I feel like we have 2 differing opinions, but it's fine. This is good between the 2 of us. And this composition, it feels like a repeat from game 1 against F4C here. Because F4C, we have some similar picks that I did pick up here. Most notably, the Rumble and the Yunara.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned it because like the problem with FRC is they really cannot play with their own tempo. Like we mentioned it earlier, the Full Sense just swapped them out with the with the control on the early game. But Inferno Esports, like you will be the one who know the most because they really managed to control the early game really well and then snowballing it into the mid game, into the late game, and just looking at the Full Sense, it's really hard for them to come back maybe from behind because the wombo combo is really not there for them.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that Full Sense need to take note now is that that front to back is really important. They have the Galio up in front as well as the Lee Sin, but Lee Sin's most primarily going to be the one up in front. But there you go. Here is the tail of the tape between Full Sense and IE. We got excellent top lane, Few in the jungle, Itai on the mid lane, Blondie on the bot lane, as well as Yusaki playing as support. For Inferno Esports, we got LJW playing top lane, Born This Way from the jungle, Crimson playing mid, Austerity on the bot lane, and Moops as the support. Yeah, one of the things I do get worried too is that if they can get them from the back line, I feel like Full Sense has the opportunity to win this, but if they can hold them back, it is time for them to show up. Game number 1 for the LCP Wild Card Playoffs Grand Finals. Full Sense versus Inferno Esports. We can see Full Sense playing on this blue side first and foremost because they do have the right to side selection. Let's see if Inferno can adjust here now in this best of 5 series, Manamu.
Inferno Esports cementing themselves as the strongest team from the group stage in this tournament, but Full Sense showing us the dominant play in the last day. So we're gonna see if Full Sense can manage they mid jungle top combo that has been really highlighted a lot, or Inferno Esports just play on their tempo, on their own terms, playing really aggressively, playing as a team and with a good macro to stomp Full Sense in this game 1.
I mean, we've already seen glimpses of Full Sense wanted to go for the 3-0 run back against Inferno, but it feels like Inferno wants to deny that opportunity. They want to be the ones to qualify for LCP Wildcard Promotion here, and it is a big opportunity for both of these teams, really, because we have the best of the best coming in from the LCP as well, who got the relegation area, so now they're looking back for promotion. So it really looks like a blast from the past here, Manamu, where teams are constantly getting shuffled back and forth. The days where relegation is a big thing. Way back when the teams really get the opportunity to get back here. So heal early on for Austerity. Let's have the lethal tempo too, and for Blondie, I'm surprised he has Electrocute for his item. I assume it was not, or maybe it's the correct one here, Manu.
Yeah, I think Electrocute is really interesting build for this Lucian. Maybe the plan is just to blow this Yunara up, because I want to talk about this, like even though they have the short range, the Full Sense draft, but the Inferno Esports one, the carries, especially Rumble and Yunara, really lack of their escape mechanism. So maybe the plan is just to burst with the bonus of the Electrocute. But I think for the mid game, for the late game, it's gonna really be a disadvantage for this Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they had a disadvantage at all for Lucian. I feel like Electrocute is a intentionally in early game keystone here for Blondie, because they know they want to blow Austerity up, and if they get the early lead here, it doesn't matter if they get if he doesn't have press the attack, as long as he has an advantage against Austerity here early on. This is a good spot for them to hold. So they force Austerity to back off early on in this game, and look at the amount of CS that was currently missed by Austerity there. 10 CS up. And it's currently being bashed there inside the turret too. Huge damage coming through from Blondie, and Austerity might be in a little bit of trouble here, as -1 already coming in from that minion. Another one as well, and bit by bit they're having trouble here. Here comes the headbutt pulverize, but I don't think they're gonna get anything here. Look at the level advantage that they have here against Austerity's bot lane.
Yeah, and the Lee Sin rotation early in the bottom side, and maybe gonna be a gang.
Oh, pretty near, but it's a good thing Austerity and co were able to push it out, or else Few would have had a very easy gang there under that turret. So instead, he does go back. There is a scuttle to be secured here, and for the meanwhile, we have Born This Way around the area. I feel like Crimson's in trouble if he does not know that Few is around this area, so just to back away, no problem for him. And for now, early gold lead coming in for full sets just because of that bot lane dominance coming from Blondie.
Yeah, and it's really just a full sense really planning it well to play the electrocute play really hyper oppressive bot lane with this Lucian Nami because they knew that the Wukong and the Alistar cannot do much early to protect this Yunara and the Lee Sin really just being a threat at the bot lane. Blondie actually got being pulverized by moves, but Yu Yu Saki is there to cover this Lucian.
I mean, it's good that Austerity is able to bounce back here, but there is a big bubble coming through, big damage coming up, and Austerity does have the enhanced passive coming from that Q, so a lot of damage coming now, but it does signify that Austerity might need to go back here because Blondie does have the healing coming in from that Nami. The HP bars is not. It's a little bit significant for full sets to try and go for it, but Born This Way is around his bot area. He can go for a gank here.
Yeah, and lack
he
of
does
mana. Yeah, he does see it, so he can be the safety, and IT finding Crimson, just giving him a good chunk of damage, already teleporting, using the TP for Crimson, so it's gonna hurting the mid lane a lot, but actually a mistempo in the bottom lane, and Few finally came here to cover because Blondie hasn't reset yet, so no extra item, and the lack of mana is really making Austerity can push it further. So,
I mean, at least they have. Oh, wait, they force him to use the barrier just for the back. I think that was a smart move too. Gets to call, so we're playing the long game here. It is a 6-minute call for Yunara, so we're gonna be sitting very passively for Austerity at the moment. So this is a scaling game. They know that IE they're not that favorable here in this early game matchup for full sense. So instead, just back away. They concede. Okay, we'll play a little bit passive this time. If you guys go to us, we'll try and retaliate back. But for Born This Way and Code, this is a very strong early game for them. Even without any kills, as long as they're getting objectives here, Manamu, this should be good.
yep. And the lane swap early for Austerity because he knew that the pressure that this Lucian give, but they really need to be careful because the level 6 from Excellence, and we knew how good Excellence pivoting this solo lane, this Lion Kingdom, and Few trying to grab some Drakes, the full sense facial, they want to control this Drake stacking, but IE also have the same plan. Born This Way already see the Drake pit already been invaded by full sense.
I don't think they're gonna go for it. It's already halfway through, so they might as well concede it. There is a dragon still being taken down, and it feels like Few's gonna get so much of that. The Scuttle plus the Drake as well. So they concede. Instead, they go to the Grubs to try and adjust, because full sets their entire lane is already in that bot side area. So Few doing a good job stealing a lot of these objectives here, and they can't seem to get the tempo going. I mean, still it's a 300 gold lead deficit, but for Few, I mean, if he secures it, this is gonna be huge for them. Get the bubble up, 500, 600. I don't think he secures it. Yeah, so Few gets the blue buff. So Born This Way a little bit behind in terms of XP, as Few does have Dragon's Rage. What?
Yeah, we really didn't see this Wukong early on, the urgency. We knew that Lee Sin have this power to be aggressive early, but really hurting Born This Way because right now he has the level 6, the Cyclone is ready, but the Void Grab's already been started by full sense, and it's really hard for IE to contest it, but they really want it.
Oh, here comes the Resonating Strike. No follow-up. Could have been an insect, but instead they rotate back to the Grubs, where hopefully they get one more in the bag. This seems to be an unfavorable matchup here for the side of Inferno Esports, as there are 4 people don't have any positioning available. Here comes the Heroes entrance. They have the Cyclone available between worlds to shoot, and Austerity doesn't have any mana to put. He needs to get away. He gets the Q out, but I don't think he has anything. The shuffle comes through. Is there any damage coming in from the side of Inferno Esports? It seems to be a stalemate still, as Crimson, oh no, he gets caught with the bubble. Might be first blood, not quite, but finally they do. Excellence gets the Q out. The weird Q coming in from that Aurora to secure first blood for full sense.
The early team fight for full sense, just playing the long game. They knew IE got the tools for this team fight. The Emperors defy the Cyclone, but after that, things came out from IE. Full Sense knew for the consistent damage they have it, and they just playing it really well. And also Yu Yu Saki with the prison, and we'll see from the replay from the start that we see the between walls trying to get Austerity, pushing Born this way really low, and need to retreat early with Cyclone. And the Emperor's Impact for this engage is already good, but Crimson stay quite too long and trying to shuffle to escape. Also have his flash, but excellent with the damage, with the dominant top lane they have. The funneling the item is really enough for Full Sense securing the first block. And now we're gonna see.
I was gonna say that Crimson, he could have shuffled away, but you saw the bubble coming in from Yu Saki, so it's pretty good. Another one hits, and it feels like another kill would be secured, but it's the flash away, so no more sums coming in from Moops. Has to use that ult. I don't think he used the ult as well, so he does have X Splash. Doesn't have any flash subs to actually prevent another death, but so behind now early game here for Inferno Esports. Full Sense taking the lead here, man.
Yeah, this Aqua Prison from Yu Yu Saki really just setting up the play, forcing spells from IE, and it's really good enough to setting up the tempo. And IE, we knew they have the boom damage earlier, the wombo combo for later from this equalizer, this cyclone, and the impressive fact, but the early pressure that Full Sense want to maximize is already been good, and Born this way getting caught with this ping ward. Maybe they try to retreat from Full Sense, and there will be no sacrifice for the side of the bottom duo of Full Sense.
You could even look at the early game too. Full Sense has so much advantage here in terms of feats of warfare. Two major objectives secured. They also have first blood, so they are striving to be the team to accomplish this early game objective as well. So Full Sense, they have to keep this up. They have to keep the pressure on, because IE just playing passive. They know they got the scaling game available, but if they can't reach that scale game, I feel like Inferno Esports is gonna be in a world of hurt here, Manamo. Sometime later in this game, this wombo combo would not have enough damage to counteract the aggressiveness for Full Sense here.
Yeah, and it's really just hurting a lot, and Full Sense items are getting really down. The Leander's Eclipse and Essence River from Delusion, and also the Resist coming from the Galio. So there's 5 seconds into this Mountain Drake, and the stacking of the objectives, like you said earlier, it's been really good. And IE, I don't think it will be wise for them to contest it. So
I mean, they have a TP to try and go for it, but it's already halfway through. They don't really have a step in the dragon area, as they've already warded so far ahead for Full Sense. They do cancel it, now they don't really cancel it. I feel like Q is just gonna secure it. So IE so behind in terms of objectives. They get one more secured, and now another point in contention here before they reach the of warfare accomplishment. So now they're just going for the plates. They know Crimson's around the area, but there is a Galio ready and waiting here. Where's the Shield of Duran? Does get the hit, just this punch Q combo, and I don't think that's enough damage for them to take. But I still think that draft wise, this Galio does a lot of damage, but here comes the Cyclone. Might be the punishment that they need to get Few out of the way. Gets the Q, the shuffle, but that's not enough damage. The tidal wave hits, and it feels like Moves might be the next one up. So much aggression coming in from Lucian. They didn't respect it in the draft phase, and they're getting punished for it. 2 kills to nothing. Full Sense, they get the piece of war.
the bait and switcheroo from Full Sense. It looks like Pew really overstepping a little bit, but it's actually Austerity with the flash that he tried to secure the kill, but damage is not enough. The first item is not done yet for this Yunara. And it's just really a good backup from Yu Yu Usaki. The tidal wave was perfect. Born this way really to escape early, and we just see the Pew. It looks like he overstepping a little bit. Born this way, finding the angle. The Dragon's Trench into the Wukong, and Austerity with the barrier just seems to overzealous to secure this kill. they didn't expect the backup really coming from the side of Full Sense, and feats of warfare and feats of strength secured for the side of the Full Sense.
Yeah, no damage yet, and for Inferno Esports, this isn't their first rodeo. They lost to their 1-1 game against Full Sense in day number 2 because they were a ways away from reaching that gold gap. They know that once they're behind, they're not. They weren't in this driver's seat before. They used to be always dominating in the early stages of the match, and now we know that now that they're behind, they're playing catch up the entire way through. A lot of objectives coming in the way of Full Sense, and there's only one more Drake remaining before they eventually reach Soul Point here. So, i.e., they're forced to take unfavorable trades because they're not leveled up correctly. The gold is not with them. Inferno Esports, they're putting all of their cards here for austerity, but they need to pivot a little bit further in this mid game. It's between 15 minutes in, and I feel like Crimson is gonna be the next one up. Just this punch, no way to move. He has to shuffle out, and just in time, he lives. Or with 1 HP remaining, my goodness, he took that hit. But in turn, they're just gonna pivot to the Rift Herald. No problem at all. They'll take it, but there is a TP coming in from Crimson if they want to contest.
Yeah, and right now the Calling just tried to force this Alistar down. The Herald has been secured, and just the Tidal Wave just to disengage, but Full Sense actually want to re-engage, and I don't think that's a good choice, but listen, the Pew trying to come in, the Equalizer was perfect, Pew has been taken down, the between rows is perfect from Excellence trying to get trade back, and the Heroes and Trends just trying to zone them out, but this Yunar, no one can touch him. The Town just trying to escape from
so aggressive austerity! So aggressive as Crimson goes in for one more time. The shuffle comes through. There's not enough damage. Excellence is on a rampage. Crimson wants to secure one more kill to say it's worth. But once again, an ace coming in from Full Sense. The trades come through, i.e. they're fighting back. But Full Sense, they have the upper hand here. Tier 1 turret from mid lane, gone. They also have the Rift Herald as well here.
Again, the overextension from Inferno Esports really hurting them a lot after the Lee Syndrome from Pew. They got the kill, and the Miss Heroes entrance. Look at the replay, LGW pressing the Equalizer really well, burning all the player from Full Sense. But overzealous, Ite has already been taken down, Austerity already been low, and look at the movement from Austerity just trying to dodge the Aqua Prison, just delivering herself into the back of Full Sense, and Crimson being the last one to taken down. Double kill is secure, of course, but the true winner from this team fight is Full Sense, Doc.
Yeah, Full Sense 5 for 3 on the trade there, and I think they're fine with it. The 4K gold lead is a little bit daunting for them to handle because later on in this game, the gold lead coming in from the Galio, it doesn't matter. Like,
yeah,
you can just build him tank, and it already counters at least 2 of the champions for the side of Full Sense. So, gets the shuffle down, gets the stun up. Few is trying to assess the scenario there, but another of the support player, Yu is down, but in turn, they get the tier 1 turret here for the side of Full Sense. I think that's worth still, but they have to retaliate in this Dragon. They shouldn't let them get this Cloud Drake too, but it feels like they're gonna have to give it away. They're not around the area here.
Yeah, and Born This Way already been tracked with this ward, and teleportation came from the Alistar with the unsealed spellbook, but it's really, just you said, it's too late. From the side of IE and Cloud Dragon Soul Point, and looking at this draft, Doc, with the Cloud Soul, they gonna hunt Inferno Esports down, and it's really gonna be bad for the side of IE.
Yeah, they're handing them a free Soul Point here, and unfortunately for Inferno Esports, they're forced to take this. I mean, they can't do much, and they got the mid lane under trouble as well. The top lane's gonna be in trouble under siege because the Rift Herald's around that area. So Inferno Esports, they have to rotate topside, or else they might have 2 or more turrets going down in just a moment's notice. LGW's around the area still, gets the resonating strike, transcending one stealth, unstoppable, untouchable shadow here. Austerity lives for another day as they try to solo him out, but not enough damage for Full Sense to take charge. There's the Ripper. Oh, yeah, he's gonna pull him down. Yep, that is a good trade. They didn't want to get an extra charge coming in from that tier 2 top turret. For now, though, Inferno Esports still playing catch up here. 4K gold lead in between Full Sense and Inferno.
Yeah, a good defense from IE for this inner turret in the mid lane and the top lane, but for Full Sense itself, they really enjoy the pace, the tempo that they have been set up. The Alphacan is in 30 seconds, and the bottom lane actually gonna be cleared by LGW and Born this way. Slowly the item is coming, but look at the difference, especially in top lane. The Malignance on this Aurora Excellence, we knew he is, if not one of the best top laner in this tournament, but IE might be trying to something by setting up this trap in the banana bush.
Ooh, we got a bush. We got a dead bush here. There's a bunch of people around the area. Atakan's already spawned bot, so they need to get the sneak in. Where's the Q coming up? Huge on the setup, but they can't seem to get a tie down. But they finally do between worlds. But there's the follow-up damage coming in from Full Sense. They're trying to back away. Moves. He has to come out. He has to step up. Point this way. Tries to get the E. It finally lands through. But look at the HP bars from Full Sense. They might get the comeback here, but there's a twofold that's coming out. The bubble, the Aqua Prism comes through. Where's LJW? Resonating Strike. Does he want to commit? Does his mind say no, but his body saying yes? Not quite. They back away. Still good trades between IE and Inferno, but it is a 2-4-3 still. IE still losing on that trade, but good damage coming from Crimson. Austerity, he's trying his best, trying to alleviate all of the damage coming to himself and giving it all to Crimson. Still not working out here for the side for this side, Banabu. Look at the damage.
Yeah, and look at the sustainability that Itai have with this force of nature, just buying enough time for Excellence to be there. And remember, this is the trap that's been set by the side of Inferno Esports, but they lose more other than Full Sense. And the damage from Excellence, the 2-item spike from this Aurora has been hurting a lot. And 2 minutes into the Cloud Drag, and maybe Full Sense gonna try again to do something in this area of jungle, though.
Ready is 8-0 for this Aurora. This person has been aura forming the entire game, and they can't seem to find an answer as of yet. Justice Punch in front of Taishan of Duran. Crimson gets taunted up, but there's no damage. They cannot get Itai's HP down. It's already halfway through Atakan. They have to force it in front of them. Do they have anything up in store for them? They have the equalizer available, perhaps. They can try and go for the steal. It's the culling activates. Moves is so low. Do they try and reset? No, they're just gonna try and go for it. This might be a flip between Full Sense and IE. It's been taking so long. Someone needs to get the steal. It's still going down. They're still getting the aggression here. 3k HP. It's still going down still. They're looking for a way to get the secure on this Atakan, but it feels like a bait the entire time. Why this way is out. Equalizer goes in. The shuffle comes through from Crimson between worlds. This their damage. Phew. He's trying to get the resonating strike for the Crimson, but it feels like IE's HP bars is a little bit too low there. Unstoppable Shadow. Transcending oneself. There's a Q coming out from the Scalio, and they need to get the retreat clause. Who gets the Atakan? It seems to be not the case for IE as Full Sense secures it. It's a 2-4-2 trade between the two of them, and IE still behind on this objective, still behind on the gold gap. They're trying to find their way desperately into this game, but Full Sense has been sending them the entire game here, Banabu, and I don't think they can chase back after this lead.
If the item looking a little bit better for IE, there might be a chance. There's the combo from Emperor's Divide into the Pulverize. But again, look at the HP Austerity. Moves really low, and few, I think, is a bit overzealous. But in the end, they got the Atakan, and this is the Cloud Soul that Full Sense might try to contest from IE. But Dragon is already melting, so Full Sense might need to wait for 5 more minutes to secure their own Cloud Soul, though.
Yeah, this is at least bounties for IE. They need to get back into this game somehow. And I think this time, this is a safe place for IE to start getting the objective bounties, getting at least gold up as well as bonus XP, because they're a little bit behind. Play catch up against Full Sense and potentially take this Aurora down, but It's been a tricky champion to boot. I mean, no more stasis at the moment for Aurora until they get the stasis item. But for now, Aurora playing still. Colleague moves is so low. He has to back away, Manabu. Everyone is so low, and objectives are now falling soon enough. Seems to be a hard scenario for IE to boot, but it ain't over till it's over until this Nexus blows up here, Manamu.
Yeah, and full sense, they really knew they want to play for objectives. They knew that their team fighting is really, really been good with the item spike that they have. So they setting up for this Baron in 15 seconds. There's no Emperor's Defy. Remember from Crimson, he used it earlier on the bottom side to try to catch Excellence, but Excellence just shook it off. But no TP from this Aurora, so there might be no immediate start Baron for this team fight.
And you can see the items for Austerity too. She's been struggling getting the on-head items online. Just a Blade of the Ruin King and the Runans to boot. So can't really do much with that. So he needs a little bit more leverage from his team too, because that is a 1k gold lead that unfortunately did not go his way. So Austerity playing on this Death Bush here in mid as they go through middle side. So they're playing only mid at the moment. Going around the area too. They're gonna risk it all. Try and flip the Baron perhaps, because full sense, they've been eyeing for this for a while. They want to secure it, but they want to do it safely. They don't want to flip it against IE's composition.
Yeah, full sense idea is just gonna ramming a little bit, and Born this way actually gonna be cuffed. The Dragon
Oh,
Smash
he
is
got
perfect.
caught! Oh my goodness! The insect coming in for a few. And that is the perfect timing for them to take. It's a 4v5. This is not favorable at all for them. So Moops up in front, gets the pulverized combo, and Moops, the cow, is getting slaughtered in the slaughterhouse. Austerity's all alone. He transcending oneself, but I don't think there's any damage coming through as Austerity. He does use the Arc of Ruin, but the only thing ruining themselves is this game. As Full Sense, primed to take the ace, primed to get the objectives, and they're looking to end this game right here, right now.
The prime catch into the Wukong really opens up for Full Sense. The insect you just mentioned earlier, Born this way, trying to force Cyclone defensively. And the Full Sense is actually a really high-risk decision that they made to try just to team fight other than trying to start the Baron. And fortunately, the damage is enough. There's no one who can feel this really tanky Galio, even though the Austerity got one for themselves, but for the other side, Full Sense opening up the map for the side of them.
So that's so unfortunate, right? I mean, you'd expect that IE would step up the later stages of the game, but they are so behind in terms of gold. It's so hard for them to deal damage against the Galio too. So this is a prime suspect of evaluation in terms of draft later on. Because, I mean, I think Full Sense, they have this game 1 on lockdown. They know what to ban, but maybe game 2 has something in store here against IE. For now though, getting the signature pick here on the top lane, Excellence getting that Aurora pick. Very dominant showing here as they're looking to secure Baron at the moment.
Yeah, and the Hourglass has been completed yet, so the Arm Guard has been upgraded. And the Cosmic Drive from this Galio, oh man, it's really gonna take a long time because Austerity hasn't finished his IE yet, only Blade of Ruin King and the Runans. So again, the damage has been really lacking from the side of IE. The W Andres actually dealing some decent damage, but it's not enough for the root team fight like what Full Sense want to initiate.
Yeah, Wukong and the Rumble, they know that they are the sacrificial pawns here against Full Sense, so they have to be the ones setting up the entire fight. Moves trying his best to try and bounce back as he's always in the front line, but they have to let it go, man. Excellence is on the top lane. They don't have a solution to it. So they flip, they trade for the Dragon, for the Baron instead, plus the tier 2 top turret coming in from Excellence. Full Sense, this is so favorable for them. But they are around the area. There's no TP coming in from Excellence as of yet. And they have the Aqua Prison down. Do they have any vision around this Baron area? It seems not. I feel like they're just gonna finish it without any contention. They're around the area though. Excellence between worlds. Where's the weirding? Twofold Hex to try and come through. Shield of Duran moves. He tries to go for the pulverize. There's the tidal wave coming through. No one's hitting their shots. They have to back away. This is an awkward scenario for IE as well as Full Sense. But advantage still coming from Full Sense because they did take the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, still, IE managed to stall the Cloud Drake for themselves and stop the Baron from Full Sense. But for the consolation prize, Excellence actually got the inner turret on the top lane, so still there's an objective, and because the reset that IE needs to take, you're gonna start the Baron again though.
Starting again, pressuring IE on all sides. It looks like an acupuncture waiting to happen. Here comes the hero's entrance. No one lands through because that's a clone. He got bamboozled. Just back away. They force one of their ultimates to very vital for Ete to not have this hero's entrance here. When they try to go for another flip for the side of IE, as long as they stall the Baron, this is a good spot for IE to try and bounce back. But again, they need to get items, man. Austerity's only gotten this Infinity Edge now. Needs one more to get that full crit ready and going.
Yeah, but I think really the tempo that Full Sense set earlier, because they're trying to get the objective, they're trying to beat, but got a little bit less that they was expecting, is really hurting, because look at the realize on the Azir, on the Crimson, and the Infinity Edge that you just mentioned from Austerity. We saw how Full Sense and IE in the latest team fight can manage to go to head. The damage maybe still a little bit low on the side of the Inferno Esports, but it's already there. So you know this Yunara has started to giving some damage, and Full Sense needs to be really cautious about it.
And they've been really cautious all throughout the game, but so much proactiveness coming from Full Sense the entire way through. The Aurora getting so much leverage from that early game skirmish. Moops! He does get the pulverized combos. There enough damage to get Blondie out. It feels like that's the case. He got the shutdown. But look from behind. The weirding is out. Here comes the Between Worlds. Is there enough damage for them to hold? It's a 2-4-3. Phew! They get the shutdown. They get the double kill. Excellence. He will be from the behind as they get the minions out. But they need to flip for this Baron. This is the best case scenario that IE has been looking for, and they need to take this now. The jungler is still available for Born This Way. That's a good flip for Baron if they do take it.
That's what we've been saying, Doc. The damage is already there for Inferno Esports, and Excellence maybe trying to get some exit kills. Already been spotted from the ward. Maybe trying to steal, and it's really hard for Excellence, and maybe trying to get some damage.
Huge damage coming in from Excellence. There's a Cyclone. Where's the staff? Oh, they get another twofold hex. What is this What is this Baron worth? They just wanted to deny it. But Excellence is looking like a raid boss at the moment. Crimson, you have to get away. Another twofold hex coming through. There's a TP now coming in from Ite. There's a big rock coming through. And he needs to shuffle the hell out. And he does so. But at the cost of 2 members from IE. But they do secure the Baron. Still a minute away from this dragon, so they will be in time here for this dragon fight, Manamu.
And you started question, is the Baron worth it? Because you initially got 3 Baron on your side, but now left with only Crimson there, and the wave pushing on the top side and bottom side. Full Sense trying to hurt this structure a little by little, because in 50 seconds, the soul that they have been ignored for so long, Full Sense might try to contest it.
Yeah, this is a good contest for Full Sense. Is it worth it for them to take the soul point and risking it all for a flip here against IE? They've done it once here for IE. They can do it again, but a while ago, Excellence was out of position that entire fight, so there was not a lot of damage coming through for the side of Full Sense, as Aurora is the one holding all of the baskets here for the side of Full Sense. One Blondie's gone. There's no damage coming through for Full Sense. So IE, this is the time to strike. They have to set up just like last time and target one of these high impact champions like the Lucian, like the Aurora later on in this game.
Yeah, they tried. IE need to mark Excellence really well, because they cannot just start the team fight while the Aurora is there. They knew the potential damage, the 4 items it's close to the Rabadon's death cap for this Aurora, but maybe they try to do something by sieging this mid wave.
I mean, the Azir got the turret up, just stalling a little bit, but look at Excellence's position. Uh-oh! It's been currently locked down! Excellence needs to get the hell away! Oh my goodness, Excellence! He's trying to get away, but he got shut down trying to go for the humongous gank. There is half HP in the dragon, and IE, they're looking to flip this. Oh, do they secure it? Not quite. They get the soul point. Blondie is gone. Austerity, he loses, gets the solo kill on to Austerity. Blondie secures it. But for what? Austerity gone. Excellence gone. The flip did not accomplish their objective here for IE, and Full Sense still ahead in this trade. They tried to flip it, but it was not worth it there, Manamu.
I'm gonna say it's worth because, I mean, you can argue there is a shutdown from Excellence, and then the side of Full Sense, they got the Cloud Soul that they've been longing for, and plus Blondie get the kill into this Yunara, so this Lucian also gonna be hurting a lot. The items gonna be boosted, looking up for the fifth item, and we're gonna see in the replay. This is the burst, the team fight from earlier that you really see there is no Aurora there, no Excellence, and no Few there, so it's just 3v5, and IE managed to get it early, but it's still the damage from Excellence actually hurting a lot. And this Baron, I don't know the decision, and look at the burst from this Aurora, and yeah, you can just see this Aurora, like you said, is the last boss of Full Sense.
Yeah, I mean, Malignant's Void Slap, as well as Leontis. Oh, I don't want to face against an Aurora as well. If I know I'm not the tank, I'm gonna get one shot. Really, it's looking crazy. The sculling being used, forcing Crimson to shuffle away. Moves, tries to get the headbutt in, but there's no one around the area. Born this way. Oh, he might get Resonating Strike, but he does have the Guardian Angel. Just another lease of life, perhaps. Here comes Between Worlds. They baited Born this way away from this area. Moves, he's forcing himself way too deep. There's the shuffle coming through. They shut Few down. Where's Austerity? Oh, he's transcending oneself. Look, untouchable Shadow. Excellent shuts him down, but they need to secure the rest of the kills. They need to find Excellence. There's the Justice Punch. There's the Q. Double kill coming in from the side of Excellence. They get away, but beneath one's breath, it's a 2-4-2. And Full Sense, they're looking to be behind on HPs. I.e., they want to push this tier to third, but they don't have any minions to boot.
Gain the off positioning from Few. The angle, we can see the angle, but it's not it because the Sunday's been there, giving an extra damage to this Lee Sin, just diving into 3 people with Cyclone and Paras Defense. So just really questionable, but Australia trying to catch the back line, and still there's a huge Galio on the backside. Just try to zone, just try to chain CC this Yunara, and in the end it's 2-2 trade for both of sides. But IE, I think they managed to settle down a little bit. It can be worse for the side of Inferno Esports though.
Yeah, this could be worse, but it's honestly being repaired here. 3k gold lead is not that far, and this was shades from this first game on day 2 group stage against Full Sense and IE. Full Sense can't seem to close this game out, and IE so resilient. In times like these, they know they're behind, they know they're playing catch up, so there's trying to be a nuisance the entire way through against Full Sense here. IE, Baron has spawned. Very crucial objective here. But there is a dragon about to spawn in about 2 minutes or so. So if they want to flip Baron for dragon, they should go for it. The culling being used, cancelled immediately by Blondie here. No culling for a couple of, for at least a minute here for the side of Blondies. They tried to get some gold in, at least level up the Austerity. Boost is so low. He pops his ultimate. And that's another ultimate gone for the side of IE. There's no free block now for moves here. He has to back away, and in time, the Baron is available. Falset's gonna try and go for it.
Yeah, and there's no unbreakable from moves, so there's no really front line for IE, and I knew Full Sense already started this Baron. Born this way is gonna try to stall this. The Tidal Wave just try to zoning in. Born this way cannot seem to have access to this Baron, and they just gonna heist it. Full Sense with the Baron buff and 1 minute to half, 30 seconds into the Elder, and they maybe got the access to control these lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard for them because if they go in, that's basically a flip now. That determines the entire game for IE. They don't want to risk it. They could have risked it a while ago, actually. I mean, it was so relatively low, but no flash for Born This Way there. The only time he could go in was probably a clone combo inside, but I know, he only needs to press the Justice Punch in order to knock him up. So now Elder will be spawning here. Perfect time for Full Sense to flip the script here. They want to take this game comfortably, and taking this Elder Dragon is one of the key components in order to win this first game out, Manamo.
Yeah, and Full Sense actually got the leeway because they have the Baron buff, but it's in a team fight though.
Oh, another team fight coming through. Born This Way is so low. Crimson gets absolutely destroyed by Excellence now. And it looks to be Raps for game number 1. Dominating the entire way through. Full Sense, they got the Baron buff, they got the setup from behind. Excellence doing a wonderful job taking the flank route there. And it looks to be Full Sense has to be on all 5 senses on the body, prepared and mentally ill in order to take the series up. They take it 1-0 against IE for this best of 5.
This time IE didn't manage to track down where the Aurora is, where Excellence is, and they got punished really hard with this 5-item builds Aurora. And overall, the team fight, both teams really close, but again, the access to backline, the CC that has been lacking from Inferno Esports really cost them a lot in this mid into the late game, and Blondie with the 44.7k damage really hurting, and I believe he already got GAs in the last team fight, so there is really no imminent danger to the side of Full Sense though.
It was a point of no return, definitely, for IE there. They were playing catch-up the whole time. You could see in the 35-minute mark, they were close to catching up. But in time, Full Sense, they got the Baron up, and they got the 5v5 team fight to win this out here, Manamu. But oh, that was game number 1. My goodness, I feel like there's more to come here, Manamu. You think so?
Yeah, I think so. And let's talk to Abigail and Contra if they also think the same thing. So, analyst and host Abigail and Contra, take it away.
Thank you so much, my lovely casters, Malabo and also Dropout Candy. Yes, both of us think the same, but that was a very strong early game presence from Full Sense, and it was snowballed, Inferno Esports until the end of the game. But I think that was beautifully executed most of the time by Full Sense.
Yeah, there's so many brilliant instances where they call in for those fights. I mean, you look into their composition, they have hyper mobility in their kit where they could just basically move in and out those team fights, which makes things maybe a little bit more easy to execute and a little bit more straightforward as well. Whereas if you take a look at the rest of the members of Infinity Esports, their draft tells you that, hey, we're still going to have those big, insane team fights, but they scale better into the late game. So you can already see that at a certain point in time. I mean, just like what Doc mentioned early on, where they're already looking to close up some of all these gaps. They've been able to look for some of all these trades. But then again, that final fight was what really broke them. I mean, there was also a couple more instances where they did manage to snatch quite a few members out there, but Excellence literally played his perfect game. The only problem with this draft right now, I mean, overall, like, sure, you got the Alice that's try to negate any form of, like, first mover coming in from the side of Full Sense, but ideally, you kind of want somebody to be guarding this Aurora, and that's the problem where if you can't really land the Cyclone or even the Hip-Hop Pulverize on her, it's going to be really hard. She's just going to be dancing all around, so an Excellence did just that.
Yup, Excellence presence is very strong in every single team fights that Full Sense pulled out, and it was also beautiful in an out team fight that pushed IE into more lost Contra.
Yeah, and when we take a look at some of all the early scuffle, I think this was very beautifully managed for the side of Full Sense, where they didn't just fully corral to quickly secure all the grubs overall. They managed to poke and prod, and with a beautiful catch right here, we see the flash commitment that kind of propels excellence with the first blood. And then there's even more. You saw View try to also get another jump over on top side, but Crimson, he was super smooth on his Azir to make it out alive, and it was just all these form of back and forth that really went toe to toe, and you just see the back and forth that the members of FS did was layered perfectly. When one member gets caught out, they try to recommit again, and sometimes they try to see if they can also find a little bit more. So a lot of all these fights, they were down to the wire, but most of the time, as much as so many bodies drop, FS does get majority of the better trades.
Yup, and not to mention how FS always managed to lead the game from the early game until the late game, no matter what IE did towards them.
Yeah, like when we take a look at how they've been able to really put those members of IE into those forcible choke points, it's gonna be really hard for them to really get out of. And I think like one of the best instances was this fight here, when we take a look at this battle for the control over onto the course. It really felt like it is really back and forth. And this point of time, Itay pulled out a really amazing hero's entrance, and he's also securing that Atakan at the very same time. Made it absolutely valuable. And then you got the biggest pick out of all, View. The moment he caught Born this way in this area, they know that, hey, now it's going to be a 5 versus 4. They went in for that full collapse with full knowledge that they can just absolutely win it out. So it really boiled down to some of all these micromanagement of all these spells, as well as placement for the side of IE. I think like Infinity definitely has all these great ideas. It's just that their execution is a little bit more technical. As much as you saw, they had the Alistar try to go in for that kind of setup, but that response was perfect. Excellence View, they came in for the flank, and that's how they absolutely wrapped this one up.
Yeah, because the FS just have lots of beautiful positionings during the team fight, but they also suffer shakiness from FS after the 30 minutes.
Yeah, like overall, in the span of all these 30 minutes of play, you can already see that, you know, they're already bleeding out in goal. It is kind of hard for them to contest, but they still went on anyways. And I think what really salvaged the game was one instance where IE has been able to really secure, you know, the Baron for themselves by stealing away. And then you got this battle over a mid lane where they all got clumped up, and it was just the easy takings from that point onwards, because that Lucian was keeping the culling for a very important moment, and it was just a beautiful teamfight execution plan coming out of these members of Full Sense, just understanding what they really need to do in every situation when they were going for those objectives. And I think that was the biggest difference maker coming into this series.
Yup, and we are now going to jump to the second game of the grand final between the Full Sense and IE. Yes, we were shown how dominant the Full Sense during the very first game, but it's going to be very interesting to talk about the IE parts. I mean, even though they tried their best during the first game, they always lose the lead towards the FS. But on the second game, I expect something different from IE, because they need to pull out the more aggressiveness movements towards FS if they want to secure at least one game from Full Sense control.
Yeah, and you also take a look at some of the picks that we have in game one, right? A lot of all these staple picks that both teams absolutely love, like the Wukong and the Lee Sin, both already taken out. So the pool for the jungler would be, maybe you have to open up things like Pantheon. You have to open up maybe, or even consider tank junglers that can easily go in for engages. So we'll really have to see what would benefit them. Also, while looking at the way that they're playing, you need to also have that kind of fast tempo in order to turn those team fights around.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what kind of draft from Full Sense and also IE on the second game. And but let's welcome our casters Manamo and Drop Up Candy to jump into the discussion together with us. And welcome back, babies. And talking about this second game, this is going to be very interesting because Wukong is disabled, and same goes with Listen. Now that lives in different options for IFS and also IE, but we also know that these two teams are also very likely to play Pantheon. But who's gonna play Pantheon first, Robot Candy?
Good question. I feel like the Pantheon is a good pick, but it feels like a worthy ban also in this entire series. I feel like the entire series against FRC, I don't think the Pantheon was ever picked between the two because it was constantly getting banned. So maybe giving priority not on the Pantheon, probably on a composition that they're mostly used here for the side of Full Sense. Let's say the Varus, the Karma, Hecarim, Abessa would be a good composition for them to have.
Perhaps. Yeah, good call, Contra.
Yeah, go ahead, because I was just agreeing with him.
I thought you were adding more or something more to drama Candy's statement, but I think despite having a Pantheon, there are also a very varied options for both junglers. I mean, you still have Viego, you still have Darkness Jungle if you are not maybe you are not really want to become a carry jungle for both parties, or maybe you still can have Zed again for Full Sense. But I think that pick will be a different situation, Contra.
Yeah, I definitely think it is a little bit too risky to just instantly go in for that opener. But Infinity Esports, they opened up with this Nico. We've seen a lot of Nico to be played out as a support, but hey, there's also certain situations that you could also hop it over onto the mid lane as well to face off against Ite. So decent flex pick for the side of Infinity Esports to actually pick things off with. I mean, Full Sense has got a lot of options here to try to match up.
Well, that counter attack, if you have opponent who pick Nico, Silas will be a perfect answer, Malamo.
Yeah, and remember, I want to say it is IT Silas, but after last day I can't say it anymore because you maybe can also play the Silas. But yeah, it's actually a good counter for the side of the Nico itself. Maybe forcing the initial idea is forcing Full Sense to pick the Kalista, so there is no Kalista Nico combo because there's no Renata. But Full Sense decided to you go on with the Kalista Nico. We have Bard, we have Silas, and I think it's really a good counter against the Nico first pick for IE.
Yeah, so that leaves to IE because they actually know their Nico is already hard countered by the FS. And what could be the next pick, Robert Candy?
Ooh, okay. Kalista Austerity, one of his signature champions.
Isa.
I mean, it's a good pick, but with the Nico as well, that's a good support to boot. So maybe a mid pick would be a solid, solid secure here for the side of IE. I don't think the Galio's available now, so I think an AD mid or an A. Wow, a Rise.
Love
okay,
Absolutely
you're playing way back in the patch. Excellent pick for the side of IE.
Yeah, I really do think that it actually matches really well, right? Because like whenever he tries to jump up ahead, you can just instantly go in with all these kind of spell fluxes over onto the Silas to instantly punish. And on top of that, taking the Silas, the only value is that, they try to check, like, if you were to pick something with those big combos, you get instantly punished. And now, these are ultimates that is kind of hard to activate other than the Poppy ult. I mean, sorry, the Nico ult.
Yeah, but for Full Sense, it feels like they just want to, dive in every single lane animal.
Yeah, and I think because the Rise pick from A is really brave because the plan is to Rise advantage have this global presence with the Emerald, but now the Silas can really match him wherever he goes, so there won't be lacking team members for Full Sense in the team fight. But the last pick Severe in the first drafting picking phase is really good in terms of damage. I mean, they play against Kaisa Nico, so try to suppress her early. But in the late game, it's gonna be a really, really delicious target, especially when Kaisa got the killer instinct, the backline, Zivir really need a sustainability. So I think full sense right now really need to looking for the jungler that can protect this AD carry for full sense.
Yeah, but I think talking about the advanced session between these two teams, no trouble. I mean, they just want to lower the dive opportunity from full senses towards the IE contra.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that kind of potential as well. Like, overall, you're already eliminating a lot of all these early game tempo kind of options hitting into the jungle list. So it gives you a few realistic options as well. I mean, thought about picks such as the Nocturne that we've seen back in the group stages that was relatively popular. Sinzo is still online, and Rengar of all things. Oh, this is just absolutely wild. I mean, Austerity, I don't think you can get the Lee Sin. It was picked.
I don't think you can get the Lee Sin, bro.
Nah.
What is going on?
I don't think. No.
He's thinking about it.
Is he gonna go in for, you know, the hunt? Because, like, there's the Kha'Zix, and I talked about this in Zhao. It's still available. I think this is a decent response. Is it the best? Well, we'll have to see. I mean, team fight. This is where it gets interesting, right? Because the Nico onto the Crescent Guard would be something that could be
Contra. Is it Rengar mid?
Probably.
Whoa.
Probably.
Whoa.
I mean,
we still don't know that.
You have
That's
to
ballsy.
think on behalf of full sense.
I do
mindset.
one better. Rengar top.
Oh, I think.
That could be noise.
Okay.
That could be noise. But my
Okay.
main thing,
Okay.
I really hoping for excellence, and let's see how excellent this Irelia in excellence hand. Contra, what do you think between these two different kind of draft?
Okay, we go matchup by matchup, right? Irelia, Gwen, I definitely do like the Irelia a little bit better on those skirmishes, but it is definitely daunting when you're going up against the Gwen when she's level 6 onwards. So they gotta be very mindful of that. And then when you talk about early tempo jungle, this is where you gotta take a look at this Rengar coming from the side of Full Sense, where, you know, most Rengars, if you don't really get the few couple of kills in the early game, he doesn't become that powerful as compared to what you want him to be. So he needs that crazy power spike, or else you might actually have a little struggle. But it's just telling you that they want to go for those big pickouts, especially when you combo that with a tempered fate.
Yeah, but I always say something about Rengar on Indonesian broadcast and allow me to do so. So, in my opinion, and I think Manabu also think the same way, for Rengar, it's either he goes raw or...
I wasn't expecting that at all. I was like, I thought he had like a great formula for us, and it's like, okay, we get you nonetheless. We get you.
And that's gonna be interesting. I mean, this is the debut of Rengar as well, and so does for the Irelia on this LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025, and especially in this grand final. So I think without any further ado, I would like to know what will happen between those two teams. So I'm gonna pass it to our casters, Madam and Drop of Candy. It's all yours, baby.
Have fun.
We're still here, man.
We're still here,
man. We're still here, man.
We're waiting for it to go into a transition, but we're back here again. Game number 2. Still, Dropout Candy, your PH caster here, along with Manamu. Oh my goodness, where are we going now for this game number 2? A lot of very unorthodox picks, so to say. Rengar, jungle, we got Irelia top. This seems to be an ego matchup in top lane, so to say.
Yeah, true. I mean, just like Abigail said, you know, this Rengar is gonna be or nah, because
meow roar.
Yeah, it's gonna be roar. So I mean, if you're looking at the long term, because Full-Sense are already secured this game number 1, they can have this leeway to do this kind of picks. The Irelia and the Rengar just trying to really letting the draft out, the fearless draft, the champions out. So maybe in the next game, even if they lose this game, if the win is awesome, but if they lose, they still have power picks for the next game.
Yeah, but for this very moment, they're looking to lock us down for this second game. Here comes the title card. Face-up matchup. Take it away. Game number 2, back at it again. Summoner's Rift Wild Card Playoffs Grand Finals. Full Sense is up a game against Inferno Esports. This isn't their first time behind a 1-0 scoreline for Inferno. They're looking to tie up the series here, and for Full Sense, we want to bring this to a series point. So to say, but for now, let's see what adjustments IE can do now once they get into the second game, because they know they have to play around austerity here. Early game, it didn't work out for game number 1. But with a very aggressive Eco Kaisa pick, I feel like they should have a comfortable bot lane here, because the Seaweir, I already know Manamu, gonna farm until he has 300 CS.
Yeah, for sure. Or maybe like Jin Air, maybe 1,400 CS if you
It's a
don't
lot.
mind. And back again, because the Full Sense, I think this is the really important match in the game too, because if they can win with this kind of cheeky draft, the pocket pick draft, maybe they gonna get a mental boost for the game number 3 in their series point, championship point. But if Inferno Esports lose at this game, and it's gonna really affect them a lot.
I mean, mental-wise, being down 0-2 is very hard to come back here, but the best of the best teams always come back from a 0-2, right? So, always time for them to adjust. But for now, aggressive lane looking like a while ago. They saw the kill bush in that bottom lane. Full Sense, they went aggressive just to deplete a lot of HP. And Crimson, now that he has advantage here in this Rage V melee matchup in mid, he's getting so much damage here against Itai.
Yeah, in this mid lane, we saw how Crimson also got an advantage in the game number 1 using his Azir. So I think Ite really need to just get used to be on the weak side on the mid, but the trade in top and bot lane, it seems still really balanced between the two teams.
Both of these teams, like, even way past in their fight here. Oh, Itai, good damage. Oh, gets the Q. Doesn't get the finisher here. Does he not respect the damage coming in from Crimson here? Ooh, sticky up. That should be AoE damage coming through from that mid lane, and Itai fortunately needs to go back here and has to give up some of the minions here on this top lane. And LGW for excellence too. This is a kill lane. Like, for both teams, they know that they're not gonna have that much HP, but oh, look at the root! Look at the auto attack! Oh, 1 HP! He was missing one more auto attack. That would have been so huge for Inferno Esports, but Full Sense, we got the luck of the draw this time. They got Riot Games on their side.
Yeah, I can feel, the Crimson, the urge to flash auto attack, but
I would flash too.
Yeah, he afraid that Ite will respond it quickly with his own flash and got the turret aggro. So I think it's a wise decision from Crimson, but
very early on, gets the wind becomes lightning, 3 Talon Strike. They risked it a little bit too much there. So jungler for the jungler, I feel like still a word for the side of IE as they take first blood, but for Full Sense, that's a kill onto Excellence. You don't want to be the one getting the buff here for the side of Excellence. Very excellent on this entrance here as Yu gets the Q up, and there was no HP for Moops to retaliate here. Another fight in mid, so to say. Gets the QE, doesn't get the E down, and for Itai, very healthy bot lane here. Austerity has to force himself to go back. Blondie has the Q. He's disrespecting the damage here. Oh! Outplay! Gets the boomerang, gets away safely. Okay! We are so back. Full sense. Meanwhile, I'm 100% not biased here, man. I'm just saying.
Yeah, of course, but Doc, we've got a really
Uh-oh.
mini heart attack and moves.
Oh no. Yeah, Fuse. Moves is gone. Oh, he's now Subsynchro. Ooh, gets the Q up. Gets to run away safely. Oh, he's in the bush though. Oh. And he got stunned. Yep, it's over. Yep, there you go. A feat of warfare secured for the side of Full Sense. And unfortunately, IE, they should have had it early on, but now they got the kill. Plus, they have the dragon ahead too. -1 on the turret, by the way. Oh, the cannon minion. Too big. But 2-3 scoreline, not bad for IE as well as for Full Sense. Early on, the objective is very important for both of these teams because they're more of Full Sense is more of a scaling comp, while IE is more of a let's go aggressive.
Yeah.
And they need an objective as early as now here, Manamo.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams really playing it the early game really well. They knew that for IE they cannot let Full Sense get the tempo in the early, and also Full Sense they knew they need to scale, they need to snowball the lead. So in terms of the top lane, LGW really cannot save, and again Yu Usaki, but the turret aggro was being a trade for IE and Full Sense, and the other side of the map, IE just securing themselves the first Drake of the game, Gemtech Drake in the game number 2.
I mean, it's pretty good. The trade though, still advantage for the side of Full Sense, but objective-wise, IE seems to be ramping up. They need to at least play this CS game properly here, or else they're gonna have the same scenario from the last game where they're constantly being chased around there, playing catch up the entire time. They know that Moops is very behind in terms of the level here because he's been dead for like a couple of minutes. Fortunately, that kind of minion is gonna disappear once again, and Crimson doesn't have any semblance of mana here, so has to be careful against Itai on this mid lane.
Yeah, and the problem is for the top side right now, Excellence is he got 2 kills, but really the CS that makes LGW can still keep up with this Irelia, and because the switching sides or the swap lane from the side of Inferno Esports is really gonna be hard for this Irelia, but at the bottom side,
LGW is very low there. I mean, tries to get away. I mean, he does so successfully, but this is not a favorable matchup for LGW here. 2 ranged against 1 minute. Come on, bro. I mean, it's it's not the favorable matchup at all. And you can see Itai's around the area. He's about to get the Q combo, but oh my goodness, enough damage, solo kills. There's 3 people in the bot lane here, Manamu, and he manages to secure 1 kill amidst all of the trouble.
yeah, and I think it's just a really mistiming magical journey from Yu Usaki. We can see that Ite didn't want to take the portal with the Bard and just really trying to wrap around through the bush, and the damage, the turret aggro damage actually that helping LGW secure the kill into the Bard. And again, really close game, but we already see a lot of minor mistakes from both of these teams.
Minor mistakes could turn into a fruitful harvest for some of these plays. IE securing grubs on this top lane, no contest at all as they're currently occupied on this top lane bot. Blondie is a bit stuck here, trying to go for needlework, but LJW gets away safely, and even diving inside this bot turret. Very confident plays by LJW early on as the Void Grubs being secured. Very proactive play for Inferno Esports here. It looks like Full Sense is playing passive now throughout this game, as again another ult being used. Crimson gets away safely. I mean, he does have phase rush, but there is Born This Way around the area. I don't think he's gonna try and commit for this play. Instead, though, Kingslayer, not much to go by here in Manamu. It looks like a very passive scenario in mid until now. There's just trading damage back and forth, you know.
Yeah, and the problem is it's really different from game one where Full Sense got the access to this neutral objective. They got the first drag, they got the reset of growth, but in this game, the kill is equal. The tempo, the CS, it's actually favoring IE more, and they got the access into the first drag and the 3-point grab. So Full Sense is actually behind in terms of tempo, though.
Tempo good for Inferno. Full Sense seem to be playing at a disadvantage now. No more spell shield for the side of Blondie, as you really have to clear around the vision in this bot area, and fortunately they do. No objectives to spawn in just a minute. Dragon's about to spawn though, as the jungler born this way around this area too. It looks like Few is about to rotate and adjust here in terms of vision, because they know that the dragon will be up in a while. So I don't think Born This Way is gonna try and contest this dragon whatsoever. Just try and full clear and get this level up against Few, who has been rotating pretty well here for this the past couple of minutes. 30 seconds left, and we can see possibly a swap between both sides. No, they're just going the same lane because they know that the dragon's available here, Mano.
Yeah, and I think the problem is for Full Sense is they cannot maximize this Ranger potential in early game, because we already expecting that this Ranger gonna gank here and there in the early game, making life miserable for IE. But instead, Few just decided just to power farming through the jungle, going AOL, and Full Sense actually got the access to this Cloud Drake first up.
Cloud Drake available. Astarti getting a big, huge chunk of damage from that boomerang. It looks to be a very weird spot for IE to try and contest this, so I feel like they're just gonna give it up. Move still around the area. What is Crimson doing? He wanted to go for the full commit, but it feels like it's still working out for the side of IE. Relentless Austerity. He gets baited out, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Get the Pop Blossom out. So a ADC for the mid laner, and LJW looking to secure another kill against Excellence, and this time LJW is taking no chances now, securing the solo ball on this top lane.
Yeah, Full Sense got the Drake, but at what cost? Because the 2 kills, the single kill into the Sylas, the Flash, and also the solo bolo top lane from LJW really cemented in the pace of the push, these waves, and really it might 2 to 3 waves that gonna be ignored from Full Sense. So the winner is IE, even though they didn't get the second drag and a really questionable rumble from Crimson, but in the end, still advantageous goes to the side of Inferno Esports.
So much damage coming through. They have the life lead here. Gets the dodge away. They want to secure the kill here for the side of Itai, but it looks like no damage will come through. Where's the stun connects? The stun! The heal! But the retaliation is good enough. Born This Way gets another kill. He wanted to go for another 3-talon strike, but for now, they'll get the trade on through. They want to get aggressive on this first turret as well, as the portal is now up. Just want to stall it out. They don't want to give more plates for the side of Inferno Esports. They'll take that trade any time of the day here.
Yeah, and again, it's just a trade and trade just goes for IE and Full Sense, and we talked about it earlier, the scaling potential from Inferno Esports, the Kaisa and the Rise on the side of the blue side team, and the Gwen for the push itself. And remember, this is 3-point grabs from the side of Inferno Esports, so IE will be glad to take this kind of threats as long as it's really equal, or maybe giving advantage to IE. And in the side of Full Sense, they cannot make this just tiny play. They need to make a big play, really taking them into the advantages. But at this point, Full Sense still haven't got the chance yet.
No chance to get in, and it looks like another opportunity for IE. Tries to become a minion there, but so aggressive. Pop Blossom out. Where's the retaliation now? Needs to get away. Moves. Does he have any HP? There's too many people
for the side of Full Sense here, and they want to go for a retreat clause. But it's Dirty! He's back in the mix, brother! He wants to go in with the Kaisa pick, gets one, but on the top lane, Excellence gets taken down. Yu Usagi, he might get the portal, but I don't think he's gonna have a magical journey going back to his spawn. As Excellence, the last person on this top lane, this could be a wash. 4-1, i.e., they take the fight.
They knew the composition well, they knew the lead that they have and tried to fight Full Sense not on their terms, as we can see on the replay, trying to the Fungus Edge into the Excellence, into the 3, the Pop Blossom actually good into the 2, but it's really taking a long time, and look at you, just really doesn't look have an impact as this Rengar, the Tempered Fate miss. So overall, plan that Full Sense already have, i.e. managed to counter it well with the team fight, and now Dog.
Another fight? Oh my goodness, it feels like Full Sense, they got a little bit too ahead here against IE. A little bit overzealous there in terms of the fight. LGW gets taken down. But in terms of goal differential everywhere, it seems to be IE is winning. It feels like Botlane's the only one that's not winning for the side of Inferno Esports, but the gold is still not that significant to talk about here, as that first turret is gonna be secured for IE. So I feel like the feats of warfare, the bonus will be secured for the side of Inferno Esports.
Yeah, and also the control about Full Sense actually gonna
Moves is
setting
so
up
low.
the trap. Yeah, the moves is so low, so I think it's not a good idea. And the setup.
Oh! Pop Blossom gonna be used. They get at least 2 on the knock-up there, as they need to go back. Everyone's so low. Austerity when becomes Lightning Tempered Fate. Are they gonna lock down Austerity down? Gets the bola strike. Gets slowed, but there's no snare. And IE, they at least take another trade. And Full Sense, they're winning these skirmishes, which is still a little bit concerning for Inferno Esports, Manamo.
Yeah, at least they still get the skirmish, but look at how many resources that need to be used by Full Sense just to get a 1 kill into the sport. So it's really, really still showing that Full Sense didn't have the damage yet into this Rengar, into this Irelia, and the bottom turret already been destroyed by the minions from Inferno Esports, and it's the Ocean Drag, the third drag of the game, and it's already been set up by Inferno Esports.
Another setup here for Inferno Esports. They know that the timer for Full Sense relies heavily on a lot of objective timings there, and if they cannot get a lot of the mini stats that you get from these Drakes, from Herald, as well as the Grubs, it feels like Full Sense gonna have a hard time in terms of damage, but because they have the Aurelia, they have the Severe as well for insurance. It's a comfortable spot for them later on in the game. This gold lead is still very insignificant for them to worry about, but for Inferno, they have to keep the pressure available for this man.
Yeah, especially because we talked about a lot about this Rengar pick from Full Sense. Later on, if they don't have the map control, they don't have the macro advantage, this Rengar really gonna be lacking, especially in team fight. Besides the counterpart born this way with the Xinjiao, we knew how sustained Xinjiao in the team fight. So yeah, Full Sense again, they need to force these mini games, this little skirmish, because they need this little gold just to push Irelia, just to push this river, because you don't want on the state like under 1.5k gold lead. They want the scaries to be half the peak. The third item at Severe that you mentioned is really getting close yet so far, and this Rift Herald just gonna open the map for Inferno Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get as much openings as possible here for the side of Inferno Esports, but in turn, Full Sense, they're trying to react in time. Austerity, very aggressive it seems, as they're trying to chase them down, gets the dodge away. Where is the follow-up? Austerity going for the solo kill as Blondie goes out of position. Few is gone and dusted and needs to get the hell away. IE taking the skirmish to another level, as this top turret halfway through is already gone. So good in terms of objectives and good in terms of just holding that mid turn. They don't want to give that up at all, Manamo.
Yeah, and this is not looking good for the size or full sense. It's just like they forcing every chance they saw, and IE because they have a better item, a better setup, a better drop. I could say for the chain CC setup to respond to counter every engage that full sense try. It's really hard, for full sense trying to try to get these little advantages, and hey, they just can play really safe. Just they don't need to make this really big play, trying to invade or something because they need to farm as a Kaisa and Rise.
Yeah, that's the problem now for Silas. He has so many abilities that he could have stolen, but he can't steal everything, right? There's a TP, you really have to think what ultimate you have to take now if you're the Silas. Do you want global presence? Do you want the aggression? Do you want the knock up? That's so many things that you have in your plate here for Itai, and it's not been working out here for the past couple of minutes here. Inferno looking like a death push is underway for the side of Full Sense, but no one's around the area. Now they're gonna try and clear the vision out, but oh, phew! Hello, what are you trying to do? Hiding inside the bush there. Austerity goes a little bit aggressive. Pop Blossom onto 2, and it looks like that setup is good for the side of Inferno Esports. Tempered Fate, everyone's frozen in time, but it looks like a concert waiting to happen, standing still. I realize that IE is taking down Boots as IE secure 3 kills, no deaths at all for Inferno Esports.
And the Atakan is alive for IE to take, and I think at this point, Full Sense really can start to think about the game number 3 because this draft is not working for them. The catch with this Rengar is just really overzealous pick overall for them, and the buff value I think is really a little bit lacking. The late Tempered Fate is really hurting them a lot, and yeah, it's just more scaling, more snowballing at this point for the side of Inferno Esports though.
Yeah, I mean, Inferno now taking the charge, and this is their comfort zone right now, Manabo. They know that once they have the lead, they're gonna keep this lead. Now, Full Sense playing catch-up. This is the same thing that happened in game number 2, in day 2 of the group stage. So now, they're playing Inferno's game for game number 1, and you can see the goal difference, right? Full Sense will still try to play together and try and even up the scoreline too, but with a lot of misplays coming in from from Full Sense, it looks like Inferno Esports, they are exploiting the mistakes that could have been forgotten early on in this game, and they're exaggerating them for this big gold lead that's coming up later on in this game.
Yeah, there's still a chance though for Full Sense. Maybe a stolen Pop Blossom and then a combo with the Tempered Fate or Vanguard as the perfect flawless duet. So really there's a sequence that Full Sense can execute, but the problem is the tempo that Inferno Esports, we talk a lot about this at the group stage. When Inferno Esports got the tempo, got the early lead on, they knew how to play really disciplined. They knew how to take their lead, snowballing it until Full Sense doesn't have the chance to strike back.
Striking back now, and for IE, so many objectives are going in their way. They know that they're just holding out for more objectives, and for Full Sense, they can't seem to catch a break.
Yeah, because just like you mentioned earlier, and the Ram Warp. Wait a minute, Doc.
Along the area now, it looks like IE, they're looking to get this tier 2 turrets up in the mid. But it looks like no fight has happened yet. So a little bit of a quiet scenario now for the side of Full Sense and Inferno Esports as they're quietly ramping up, getting the CS down, getting the gold lead, and hopefully engaging for this next couple of objectives. We have Baron, a minute and 30 here, Manamu. And for Full Sense, what do they have to do in order to turn things around?
Yeah, it's really hard, I think the best option that Full Sense can do is just try to have the situation that IE clump up together, setting up the perfect combo with the stolen ultimates by Ite, and Yu Yu Saku with the perfect tempered fate, and excellence is there. So it's just really need to have a perfect scenario. But Inferno Esports, we knew the spacing, the movement that they've been doing, and it's really a slim chance that Full Sense can execute it perfectly.
Execute needs to be strong here, I fear, for the side of Full Sense, because they are running on a clock, but they still have insurance in terms of the Civi here. Does have the Essence Reaver plus the Navori Quick Blades, as he's currently ramping up to at least 3 full crit items. So again, later on the game, I think Blondie needs to be the one taken down, not the rest of the squad, but still, setup needs to be huge. The Rift, the portal's out, but they can't seem to get the correct opening. The Magical Journey seems to be a very good ability just to counteract this one ultimate coming from the Rise.
Yeah, and you just can make this stun, like Crimson just can make this really aggressive frame up, like just as a threat. So maybe like to bait like earlier Blondie with the flash, and it's just really hurting Full Sense a lot, because they doesn't have the space to farming well. And you mentioned it, really need the third item, maybe IE for this Sliver, and at the same time LJW with the 2.8k gold advantage in the top lane just can have the leeway to breaking down this structure from Wulten.
Yeah, and Silas did take the killer instinct from the Kaisa here, so he knows that he needs a little bit of a shielding and dash potential here just to secure the kill. But this time around, it looks like they're going for the Baron objective. All of them are trying to rotate now, it seems. Move still around the area halfway through. Kinda realize that no one's around the area. Here comes the thrill of the hunt. Moops, a little bit scared now. And now they have to re-clear this Baron pit in order to get a little bit of gold going for them. Looks like they wasted Full Sense's time here, and it looks to be another flow state for the next couple of minutes. This Dragon's about to be up, and IE, they're looking primed to get this objective. I think Soul is a great objective for IE to take. If Full Sense take this Baron, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think for the long term, ideally IE doesn't want to give to Full Sense, but Full Sense can just try to force the Baron, try IE to team fight Baron, because IE, in a way, they can just give this Ocean. It's just a second Drake for the side of the Full Sense, and Ite with the stolen Pop Blossom and use it really early, so there's no more setup tools for these upcoming objectives in the 30-second in form of the Ocean Soul for Inferno Esports.
Oh, Inferno. 20 now. And it's a ticking time bomb now for Full Sense. They have to be active in terms of the setup. They know that they're gonna go for the Dragon here. So instead, Full Sense, they're opting to go for the trade instead. And as I said, this is a perfect trade for Full Sense. They don't mind not taking them the Baron. But instead, they're gonna let the Kaisa solo it and scare them off. This is a perfect scenario for the side of Inferno Esports. No trade to be said. Austerity will be the one securing the Dragon. Plus, they scare off the Baron. Full Sense, they're a little bit afraid that they might get flipped here. And phew, he gets caught out. Wind becomes lightning. Audacious charge, but no one gets hit as of yet. Killer Instinct. Austerity goes huge. He's currently the one getting ulted here by the side of Excellence, but it does get countered. He dodges it away and feels around the area, not getting the kill. He gets a dash from the Proto Belt. Pop Blossom lands, and the LJW on a killing spree, and they're looking to end this game right here, right now. Ace for the side of Inferno Esports, and a very dominant showing for game number 2 for Inferno Esports. Red hot at center. I don't think Inferno Esports going down without a fight. They're not the team that was there for day 2 play on group stage, and they're looking to get the series tied up 1-1 against Full Sense.
Full Sense overcooked a little bit with their draft, and they got punished really hard by Inferno Esports from the beginning to the end. Inferno Esports just got a best of read into their draft. They executed perfectly. They knew put to shut down in this game number 2, which is the excellence and view, making them cannot make this flashy play, the aggressive early that they wanted. And yeah, it just gonna make it really, really spicy in this grand final, Doc.
They know that that entire game really relied on all of their picks to come out balling, and they 100% deliver there. LJW being the man of the house in this top lane. They know that the ego matchup is a little bit too much, and Gwen very aggressive early on in this game. And Austerity, he held his ground. They know that he is the story here for the side of Inferno Esports, and they're looking to increase and make the series even more interesting, Manamo.
Yeah, and maybe Abigail and Contra can make it more interesting for us by breaking down what happens in this game number 2. So Abigail and Contra, please take it away.
Well, whoopsie daisy. Abby, I'm afraid that you might have muted yourself. Okay, you gotta start all over again. Okay. Oh, you still could not? You're still muted though. You gotta double check. I mean, overall, it's been fantastic series between the two, but like the caster said, I mean, they have been able to find a way to really shut down Excellence as well as the jungler of the side of FS in order to really benefit in all these lane matchups.
From Inferno Esports, because they just have a very strong early game presence and duels with their drafts.
Yeah, I definitely do think that the draft seemed a little bit more overcooked. Like, we talked about the top lane matchup, which looked pretty exciting, but then again, you gotta look at the current patch. It really does favor the Gwen in a sense where even when it comes down to Irelia, you kind of want to hit that level 3 power spike or even the level 2 in order to do a little bit more. I mean, every time you walk up, you always get a little bit more of that damage coming out of LGW's snip, and that played out to perfection as well. I mean, born this way, it was very proactive in the early game as well, despite, you know, a couple of instances where they tried to even challenge LGW. They did not manage to yield any form of rewards, and what we mentioned early on, they needed to get some of all these engines running in the jungle, over on the mid lane as well, and Ite wasn't exactly having the best of start possible, so it looked rather rough. And the fact of the matter is, they don't have a proper front line when they're not feeling any tanks at all, because you got this Irelia who needs the Blade Ruin King, and then it could not really even make up the Starrux in time.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be an upset too for Full Sense, because even though Full Sense, you know, tried their best to manage the economy gap between the fights and also the duels that IE always won, but they just crumbling. IE just fully dominated Full Sense Contra.
Yeah, and like overall, we saw the prowess of all these individual brilliances coming from Austerity, and then you got LJW that held his ground. This is the best we've seen out of LJW. And then when it comes down to all these contests for objectives, i.e. whether if they gain it or if not, they will look for those kind of team fights, and you can see that in the form of execution of team fights, it looks to be a lot more steady. And to me, this fight itself, they already won that Vision War with this perfect funnel into the jungle where they've got purely clipped out. That Vanguard's edge didn't matter all too much because they've been able to really have that death ball set so deep into their side of the map.
Yep, and it's very unusual to see the uncharacteristic mistake from FS, and after 20 minutes after their mistake, that kind of solidified the crumbling.
Yeah, and overall, like when it comes down to that late game execution, you saw there was so many instances where they tried to play just like how they used to do, and that Pop Blossom was so potent that you could see that it really zones them out. With just the Pop Blossom, they really ensured that they can't actually just go in for that full rush, so to speak. So the rest of these members of FS, I mean, they got nowhere else to run. They were kind of dissected into these two parts, so it becomes much harder to do for these rest of the members to really play catch up. And realistically, who should actually hold down the line? I mean, excellence, he usually goes in for flanks and he won't be the first line of contact. So that leaves Few to be very vulnerable. Every time he tries to hop in, he found nothing in return, and he had to kind of at least create some havoc in order to allow some space to play for the rest, like Blondie or so. But even despite that, I don't think that it was sufficient, where you've got this monster of a Gwen to deal with, and she was just absolutely unstoppable. A beautiful triple for LJW to really seal the very first point for the side of Into the Esports. And hey, this series about to really got everyone super excited, because we get at least 4 games into this matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's also very sad for Full Sense, because the longer the game, it became very hard for FS to handle the fights and objectives, and this is the right time for Full Sense to restart as well, because IE actually already reset, because they successfully won the second game beautifully with a full domination towards FS. And let's welcome back our casters, Manamo and also Drop Out Candy, to join in our discussion, leading to the third game of the grand final of today between Inferno Esports and Full Sense. And welcome back, guys. That was a very, beautiful play from Gwen, aka LJW. Irelia's debut seems like, have no any spotlight towards her, Manabo.
Nah, overcooked.
Yeah.
Just overcooked,
Overcooked. Crazy. Yeah. I mean, and also it also applied to Rengar pick as well, because I don't feel like the Rengar's presence really that aggressive instead of the sense of picking from IE. And during the game, I just keep singing meow 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 meow, because how you actually know how hard to play Rengar in an early game. You have to secure the early game, and it just didn't make it on the Full Sense side. So I think to jump into the third game ban and pick section, this is going to be a big advantage for IE as well. But for Full Sense, they need to think carefully, because we already have a chance to see that Full Sense can actually overcook Drop and Candy.
I mean, they've been cooking all throughout the series, and it looks like Full Sense, they know they have bans they have to prioritize. Ori to prevent that the Doctrine matchup, Jarvan just to prevent Born This Way from playing the Jarvan, and the Victor, because Celeste is actually subbing in for Crimson for this third game. Win or lose, I feel like this was a little bit intentional for IE to put Celeste in for this game 3, because they know they have the element of surprise, plus the mid pick might be a little bit different this time.
Oh yeah.
But for Full Sense, they also want to secure the third game quickly, because they just took quarters on their hand, Contra.
Yeah, I really do love this start coming from the side of Full Sense, where you are looking at a much more stable run for the bottom laners over on the side of Blondie versus the side of Posterity, because last game Kaisa was an absolute comfort pick, where you even saw, even despite on the deficit, he's been able to turn it all around. You can also argue that this is also Blondie's best champion so far from some of all the series that they played out. But to respond to that, they want to match up with all these poke and prod by taking that Jin with a Karma. So I like what I'm seeing already from the side of Infinity, where you can actually have all these kind of big setups in the team fights overall.
Yeah, but Nocturne pick. Well, this is going to be early game centric from Full Sense once again, I think, Manabo.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that Talia get left out this far, because Talia is such a power pick, such a priority for the first pick on both sides, and they just left it. And the Skarner pick, I think it really makes sense, because if you want to play this kind of mid lane like Yone, you need like a follow-up wombo combo. You can impel follow-up with the ulti from this Yone, maybe the chain of corruption. So in terms of CC, Full Sense already got it covered.
Yeah, pretty much makes sense combination from Full Sense and for team fight. And when you have sort of like, look at a minute, that Akali. I love that Akali pick from IE Drop Candy.
Yeah, as Celeste well known from the Akali, from the IE days there, one of his comfort champions for Celeste. And because they did pick the Yone, Itai did pick Yone, Celeste has another signature champion, which is the Akali. So it was either Yone or Akali in turn. So it was a good pickup there, possibly going for a kill lane there, perhaps. And I like how few picked the Skarner instead of securing the Nocturne here, because they know they don't have a follow-up, and instead they just need a bulky person in front just to redirect all the damage to him.
Yeah, but since both of teams already secured a big team fight setups, what could they need for a Contra?
I mean, look at the side of the Infinity Edge. I mean, like, IE in general, they have a lot of early game-centric kind of picks in order to set up big dives and then follow up with a curtain call, right? So they need a big tank to also make sure that they get a beautiful setup on top of maybe having somebody to also follow up with Celeste. I mean, this is the very reason why they brought Celeste in, because we've seen the playstyle coming in from the previous mid laner to be mainly mages, which, you know, Celeste, the last time round, he picked that Yone, and I guess FS thought that, hey, since he switched that player and he loved playing that Yone, I mean, that was just a one-game sample. So this response with the Kali here is actually super good when it comes down to those exchanges. But late game, it will get worrisome if IE does not have a late game guarantor. But hey, never mind that. Scratch that, because they want to go brawling all day, and I love the response with this vibe.
Yeah, this fight response will be leading towards a very aggressive early game, but hold up!
Ooh.
It changed to a
Oh,
Nocturne.
Even better.
Even better.
Even better.
Okay, I mean, I like this Nocturne pick for the side of Born this way. I mean, the Vi is a little bit easier to set up because he does have the Vault Break plus the Season Desist, but having the Paranoia available at all times in the game just so that the Jhin can follow up is a perfect concoction for Chaos for the side of IE. But the Seraphine? For Yu Usagi, now we're playing beats now, brother. What is going on? Okay, I mean, originally, Blondie was supposed to pair up with the Karma here when you're playing with the bot support lane. So instead, they play with the Seraphine, which is a secondary measure here for the side of Pulsen, and instead they're hovering, they're blind picking the Gragas. They know that the Renekton is not available. They're forcing IE to pick Renekton or play someone else.
Well, to be honest,
Fair
I
point.
think that Seraphine pick will be very interesting. I mean, but
Okay.
Vera pick could be the nail in the cover for Pulsen's problem because
Lock it in.
All right.
Oh my
All
god.
right, we got it.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
This game is either going to be ultra epic for the side of IE, where they're just going to go on full on stop, or if it goes neutral, it will be really scary for the late game. I mean, take a look at this. I mean, in terms of crowd control, you would say that it is a little lacking as compared to Full Sense, right? Where Full Sense, they say, you know what? I challenge you to a 5v5, no matter the cost. Whereas with the Fiora, it says it's okay. Late game, I can actually go for slight lane pushes. I can pressure the map, whereas I get my Nocturne to also back me up with the Paranoia, and if anything worse happens, you've always got Celeste to also cover ground. So it's high risk, high reward, but I kind of like where this is going. I hope that is not another case of being overcooked though.
Yeah, Full Sense indeed has a respectful team fight powers with this kind of drop, but IE does have a very solid options to how they want to close the game or how they want to play the tempo of the game. But I think this is a very, interesting matchup between these two teams, aka IE and also Full Sense, and I cannot be patient enough to see what will happen on the third game between those two teams. So I'm gonna pass it to our casters, Barabo and Dropper. Can you please? It's all yours.
Take it. Take my energy.
I've currently taken all the energy from Contra, from Abigail. Yes,
Doc.
Manamo.
We're eating good tonight.
We're
eating good tonight.
I'm eating it up, and it's looking good, brother. Manamo, Full Sense versus IE. Celeste is now subbed in for Crimson here for game number 3, and it looks to be one of his signature picks as well. He is not letting this opportunity go away. There's not a lot of games remaining for this best of 5. He's making sure that he is putting his mark here for this grand finals, and we know this matchup is gonna be a banger. Fiora Gragas, Skarner Nocturne, Akali Yon, and the Jin Varus, as well as that Karma Seraphine. It's gonna be one heck of a matchup. We're gonna see the intro right now. Game number 3. All tied up here in Summoner's Rift Wildcard Playoffs Grand Finals. This isn't looking like a sweep, brother, but it might be looking like a brawl coming through in all sides of the Rift. Let's see if IE can take it to match point, or will Full Sense recover from that Game 2 madness and put themselves into match point here, Manamu.
Yes, Bloodbath is the team of these two draft from Full Sense and IE. We can expect some skirmish from early on until the late game. There's a Fiora, and also the two Enchanter on the bottom lane will make it more spicy on the bottom lane by the trace of the spells. So yeah, and the mid lane with the Yon and Akali, just like we mentioned on the game number 2, there's a difference between a melee versus range matchup, but this times it's gonna be equal. So I think the most important thing in Full Sense and IE right now is the proactivity of the Skarner and the Nocturne. We knew Nocturne needs the paranoia, the level 6 is really important for him, but the Skarner actually got a leeway from the early. And look at the trade though.
Do you see Austerity? He knows this matchup. He's been dodging left all of the skills. He was like the kid playing dodgeball, like with the handkerchief in the courtyard. Yeah, that's him right now. He's trying to dodge everything, and it looks like it's really working out here early on. And this matchup is looking intense, man. If you guys have any information here for the side of LGW is a Fiora 1 trick. This is his top 1 champion. So you know he got something cooking if this is an ego matchup in the top lane, Manamo.
Yeah, you mentioned about the Akali from Celeste earlier, and now the information about the LGW's Fiora and Blondie looking low, really low.
Oh, so
and
low!
That's why you drink your pot, boys and girls.
Yes, sir. Inhale that potion into your veins, and you need it now. For Austerity, though, very aggressive. Few is around the area, but I don't think this should warrant Austerity to get the kill here. Somehow he's telling Few, hey, I got you. You should probably go away and do something else, bro.
Yeah, it's just really a good early game. We saw right here on the game 3 in the grand final of LCP's Wildcard, and look at the engage from Few hitting up a little bit of the wall, but look at this potential team fight here.
Not a team fight, but it looks to be a reaction between Born This Way and Co. They know that they want to at least stall out Born This Way's level to level 6. So an early blue buff secured here for the side of Few. Gives him a little bit of time to scurry around and at least collect some kills before the chaos begins with Born This Way's paranoia.
Yeah, that's why that Full Sense trying to really emphasize the aggressiveness from the early game, not wanting to give IE equal state until the level 6 that you mentioned, the ultimate, and Born This Way try to gang in the mid lane.
Oh my goodness, I was in the middle of getting something else, but here comes the charge! Born This Way, very low in HP, but gets to live another day here, Manamo.
Yeah, it's really hard for the both sides of the team because, like you just mentioned, the potential gang in the jungle side, Nocturne, they can They can really use the fear, but Celeste trying to face off against IT that really still haven't found him on the smoke.
And if he had Altair for Celeste, he would have gotten he would have tried an attempt in the kill there. So Celeste, a little bit of a ways away. Tai also holding his ground here. So it looks like a very tight scenario. But in terms of gold, it feels like IE has a little bit of an advantage here. So early backs, Nocturne's around the area now. So Dragon should be available in a few seconds. So we see moves around the area already getting early vision. And this is good for IE. They know that one of the weaknesses they had, their pain points from that game number 1, was the lack of vision that they provided and the timings in terms of these objectives. So now they're trying to be as proactive as possible, making sure that the jungler has an easier time making it work.
Yeah, and on this bottom side, look at the CS difference, 20 CS difference, 4-wave diffs, and this Jin and Karma really hurt a lot of farming chance of Blondie and Yu Saki. The mid lane slightly on the lead from Ite, but Celeste just he knew he just need to survive and board this way, coming again and try to burst Ite. The E connects, and of course it's
level
gonna be
6?
dangerous because it's still level 5 yet from Celeste.
I think he wanted to go for the shuriken toss and secure it with the level 6, but looks like just a lot of poke damage coming through from Inferno Esports. They know that Few is around the area. 4v4. Fate Shield available for Itai, as well as the skewer coming in from Few. Trying to get the toss here for Few. I don't think he has ultimate available. Looks to be the entrance coming in. Where's the shuriken toss? Gets the secured kill for the side of Celeste, and he's looking like a ninja. And he's attacking in all fronts. 2 kills for Celeste. And for IE, that's a very excellent kill. A bunch of kills plus the Dragon to boot to start this game out.
Yeah, and the perfect execution. Double times to get double kill. And right now, Yu Saki just got rooted by the deadly flourish, and just like Doc mentioned, the Drake and Ite really love the flash.
Another one!
Another one, and 3-0-0. The Prince of Forward has been collected by the sole mid laner of IE, Celeste.
Oh my god, Celeste with 3 kills, and he's playing an assassin. Oh, you better watch out here, Mr. Manimo. It's looking like a kill mission now for Celeste. He has Dark Seal too. Oh my god, he's building. Oh, he's building that item, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just really gonna hurt a lot. Especially look at the bottom side, the Pharos and the Seraphim's gonna be a delicious target for this Akali. And full sets, we still haven't seen setup they tried to make. Either it's for a gang or for the objectives, but IE, I think right now they just need to try to farm, try to get some items because the tempo has been set for them.
It's been sitting really well for IE so far. And Austerity, he's okay with playing the backseat here, as Jin is one of those champions where you can play him as a carry and you can play him as a utility as well. As long as you can secure the 4th shot, he is all okay. And look at the damage coming through. Level 6 already. Is he gonna go for the final curtain? So much damage! Oh, he baited him out of position. There's Few from the behind. He gets the kill. There's the cleanse up and available. And Few, he is very tanky. It looks like a secured kill will be in turn for the side of Few. But there's a shield up. The skewering comes through. The root comes in. There's 1 kill coming in for Few. But that, I think, will be the final nail in the coffin unless Few gets another kill. And this tank is a little bit strong right now. Double kill for the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that Few got the double kill for all of that, but Austrade is securing the double for himself. Plus, born this way with the 3 grabs, the full grabs for the side of Inferno Esports. I would say it's worth, and look at the replay. It's
the bait.
Yeah, the bait. Blondie just left the support alone. And even though it's gonna be a 2 for 2 kills for the side of Full Sense and Inferno Esports, again, like I just mentioned earlier, the point draft will be hurting them a lot, especially they have Fiora and Akali on their side.
I think like later on in the game, these 2 kills from the jungler, very significant early on. But in terms of who you're giving the kills to, I feel like it's a little bit better still for the side of IE, because at least the 2 kills came to the way of austerity here. So he gets a little bit of advantage early on in this game. Plus he knows they can go for a kill lane. This is 100% a lane that austerity cannot lose. He's playing a super ranged champion. He's playing along with a very passive support. And they could just react to any ganks coming their way in bot lane here, Manabu. So now, where does Full Sense go in terms of Few here? Because he's the only one gold lead ahead against IE.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult situation for Few itself, but I think the best chance is on LJW. We talked earlier about it, like the split push potential because it's Fiora, and I think because the Gragas itself really needs item. We saw that Roa is the target for this Gragas, but at the bottom side,
Oh, burning through all the rubber here. Only getting 1 kill, but Blondie is a very high value target that should be taken down immediately by IE, and they do secure it. It's okay if they don't get the support as long as they deny every single bit of CS for the side of Blondie. Austerity will be having a pretty good time in this bot lane. So now Dragon will be up in a minute or so, and IE have all the advantage here. They can't seem to get a fixing here for Full Sense because the only person that's trying to move around this area is Few with his corner.
yeah, and I think the decision to take Ghost as the second spell for Blondie is really hurting him a lot because I think Cleanse is the better option. While you see the Chain CC from the Karma and the Deadly Flourish from the Jhin and Nocturne on the way. So yeah, Blondie really has not really given a chance to farm, and there's no top lane either because Excellence knew that he needs to zone this Fiora itself. So yeah, it's gonna be a really hellish early game for the Varus on the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, Full Sense is, I mean, this is a bot side lane for the side of Full Sense. They know they have to play around this bottom area, but because all of the kills are on IE's way, they're trying to pivot on the top lane, but they cannot kill this Fiora. Against the Gragas, who is playing a little bit of that tank area, playing Catalyst, so I'm most expecting, I think that's a Rod of Ages?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Or
a Rod of
Angle.
Ages for the Gragas, so he doesn't really have that much damage as of yet. So, IE, prime chance for them to take this early game because we talked about it a while ago with Contra and Co. Their main objective for IE, balls to the wall, skirmish. If they can't get a kill, they don't have advantage. They seem to be lowered on that cooldown in terms of knock-up, but for Celeste and Co, they can't seem to get locked down. What happened there? You saw the lockdown coming in from the side of Blondie. It looks like the follow-up is coming through. Where's the paranoia? Not quite. No damage coming through. There's no ultimate coming from Blondie as well. So this is a comfortable Dragon take for the side of Inferno Esports.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit overzealous from both sides of the teams, and really Yu Yu Saki late with the E passive to change CC the Celeste, but also Austerity with the curtain call just to zone both of the players of Full Sense away from this Dragon, and again Inferno Esports with the control of this Dragon stacking and Infernal Soul. What we have for this third game.
Oh,
and
no.
Looking at the side FIE, you don't want to give this lineup Infernal Soul, Doc.
Yeah, Full Sense. Not the luck of the draw that they were hoping for. They could have expected at least a Cloud Soul for the side of IE. But I think Cloud Soul is even even good still for the side of IE because Jhin exists, right? Celeste exists. And there's so many abilities that IE can use on top of that Cloud Soul that Inferno Soul is the least of their worries here. But more damage to them for IE, more assassination attempts for the side of Celeste, it seems here, Malamo.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the karma, the mantra Q with the Infernal Soul. It will be hurting them a lot. And yeah, the Fiora, the Kali that you mentioned, and it's just really setting up Full Sense for the worst. Just like we cannot let them stack, but Celeste on the bot side.
Impale, very gone there for Celeste. A 3-man lockdown, mind you, for the side of Full Sense. So they're looking to secure the bottom turret here, but they already secured the Feat of Warfare for the side of IE, so they don't mind taking this trade whatsoever. So LGW going for the duel. They're trying to attack the turret, but it seems to be working out. Final curtain, that's a trade between bot lane and top lane. As for the side of Full Sense, first tier 1 turret secured. They're okay with that trade, but they have to be careful. AJW is also another carry that should be taken out as soon as possible, but he has a Hydra. He's gonna heal till Kingdom Come. So Manamu, where does Full Sense go around and fix this scenario this time?
Yeah, I think your best option is just to let this Paras and Seraphine came back to life, came back to become relevant into this game. Because the 0-3-0 bot, the shutdown into the Celeste actually helping this Paras a lot. Still, no first item for this Paras yet, but for Inferno Esports, they got an option. They got Seal to Excellence to these Gragas and Reef Heralds on the menu. They can try to open up the mid lane, and it's just gonna getting really worse from there because, you know, map control for Infernal Drake, the Infernal Soul Point on the 2.5 minutes. So Full Sense, they just really need to try to maintain their, at least, the vision on their own jungle.
From bad to worse now for Full Sense. Two games in a row that they've played from behind, and I think it's been a problem for most of these teams. They know that they can play well once they have a lead. The challenge really goes like, how do you win when you're behind, right? I mean, for IE a while ago, game number 1, they showed us how they played with a deficit. They still lost, but it was still a close loss. Full Sense, we hadn't seen them play the long con in terms of, you know, playing from behind, because IE very dominant in all sides of the front, securing the game in almost like less than 25 minutes there. So this third game looks to be another challenge for Full Sense. They have a lot of the key champions that you could honestly ask for, the Yon plus the Varus as well as the Skarner, but a lot of errors coming through, and it looks to be a fatal mistake later on in this game. We see the Dragon will be spawning in almost a minute, and this is an objective that Full Sense needs to go towards to Manamu.
Yeah, 1 minute, and you know, the Ray of Herald is on the side of Born this way. He just can put this down maybe in the 30 seconds before the Infernal Drake spawn, or maybe a little bit closer to that, and Full Sense already sensing it that they wanted to contest this, and they tried to initiate
the charm! Oh, Born this way, he's still alive! How is he not getting killed? He got locked out so long! With the paranoia coming out, Celeste looking to go for the deadly players, perfect execution, but here comes the Smoke Shroud. He's still around the areas, the final curtain, looking to get the final shot here, but no kills coming through. There's still the Dragon to come out as the Herald spawns for the side of IE. They want to stall this mid turret as much as possible, but there is a Fate Seal coming for the side of it. They get 1 kill down, and the turret is down for the count, and they can't seem to secure this Dragon as of yet. Full Sense should be the one securing it, but LGW is looking to chase them down, stalling perhaps, but there is the stun, the parry, and they're stalling. They're wasting time. The Dragon's still available. They should just get the Dragon, but it looks to be they want to force this. They want to be back in the game, and Born this way needs to go for the retreat clause. The turret is still under siege. They're getting so many hits down. The Shuriken clause, misplay for the side of Celeste. He tried to flash out, but the misplay gets heard. Austerity's back in track, but LGW will be trying to go for this chase instead. But whoops, has to go back. Austerity still around the area. Born this way. Where's the paranoia? Is it available? Is it not? Trying to go for the steal. He does fail. And it feels like Full Sense, they're back in the game. They get the Infernal Dragon and all points bulletin. So many kills for the side of Full Sense. And IE seem to be miscommunicating here at this very moment.
The overextension for side of Inferno Esports. They saw Full Sense trying to push the issue, but the problem is there's still Fate Sealed on the hand of IT, and positioning is a little bit off for the side of Austerity. That blown up really, really quick. And Inferno Esports, they just try to steal, they just try to not let go this Inferno break. And they just got lost a lot. And full sense, they just really happy. We will see this replay. The initial play was good, but the face it really coaching Austerity. And Austerity, the positioning is a little bit to front. And full sense, it looks like it's a mess after this, trying to dive under the turret, the outer turret, but slash a mistake, trying to dive into 4 people and gain.
Oh, no Fate Shield available it seems, but the final curtain comes through. They need to secure the kill over to Itai. There's the charm coming up. Where's the Fate Seal? Doesn't land. Only one coming through. And Itai has to force himself out. And that, I think, is a good way to secure it. But look at bot side. Atakan. Fawcett's is already going for it.
I can't say anything. Itai again with the Fate Seal trying to get a little bit advantage. But the small advantage is already stacking, dog. And this Atakan cannot be contested by Inferno Esports.
They're trying to chase them down here in the bot lane. Still 2000 HP. They're looking to secure it. Where's the... Oh! They stole the Atakan!
What?
The Q from Moves! He's looking like carrier, brother! What happened?
Moves! Trying to salvage the situation. You have the Ferris Q.
How did he take that?
Yeah, we need to see it because it's not even an unsealed spellable karma.
Oh
Maybe
my!
It's just a mantra Q.
Yeah, it's a mantra Q most likely.
Yeah, trying to shut on the Atakan and full sense they can really balloon the advantages that they had. But instead, Move said, now we still have the chains left for Inferno Esports.
You know what they say in Q? Thanks for the leash.
Thanks for the leash, of
Thanks
course.
for the leash, brother. But yeah, we can see here the earlier fight from this replay. There was a pretty good charge coming through from the Skarner, but there was no ultimate, there was no impale, there was a Fate Seal plus charm combo, but only 2 get taken away, and he has to force himself out. There was too much damage coming through to back away. But look at this, Manta Q, you can see it. Hey, thanks for the leash. No,
And
there was no jungle around that area too. So few
yeah.
a fatal error that could cost them the game here, Manamo.
Yeah, apologize if my mistake. There's no Q there because it's just shut down early on. So there's no smite on the side of full sets, and the Born This Way also got zoned out. So it's just like you have Gragas Q and Ferris Q, but timing is a little bit off, and Moves with 144 HP on the Atakan managed to stall it with the Karma, the Mantra Q. And it's just really, turned down the face a little bit, i.e. they forced to have these bad team fights, but the Atakan still, of course, it's gonna help them a lot to set up, gain their own tempo.
I mean, they lost the tempo early on, and they're looking to get it back. I mean, they've been constantly in consonance the entire time through, and it looks like it's a siege here on this bot turret, but I don't think they should go for it. They're flipping a little bit too much. They force themselves to get out of the scenario. LJW, spell heavy on the parry. The impale currently erased through. There's only one getting caught here. For the side of that Fate Seal, Moves is the one getting taken down. LGW needs to get a retreat clause. Where's the Shuriken toss? Oh, Yu around the area still, but there's only one kill getting taken out here. Austerity looking to go for the final curtain. Everyone needs to be together here. It looks to be no one's still gonna be getting killed for now on. Yep, only one. In full sense, they'll take the one kill. But i.e., they're glad it didn't go worse.
Yeah, it can really got worse from there. Because again, on the terms of the close range, you really didn't want to play the close range, and LGW got scanned. IT tried to found it, and this Infernal, the stacking actually began for side of full sense stuff.
Full sense stacking now. The Dragon, very important for Inferno Esports. They need to be around this area. Everyone's around here now. Yu doesn't have him impaled, but he does have the charge coming through. Where's Celeste? very low in HP. He's hiding through the shroud. Perfect execution. Gets him. Gets the dash away. Secures the dragon. And they need to go out. Body slam for the side of excellence. They need to get the out. They need to get an answer. No! Catch! With the Varus ulti and board this way, he's going on a police chase. He needs to get the hell away. But I don't think he's gonna get away anytime soon. But, I mean, I'd say worth 1000%. Board this way, securing the dragon for Inferno Esports.
Yeah, and it becomes the flank angle from Celeste, the Akali, the perfect execution into few. Full sense thing, they've got it. They still managed to keep their jungler alive. Because the shielding has been provided from Yu Saki, the redemption. But no, we take a look back at this replay. Yu been inside of this break pit, and Celeste just waiting for the perfect angle for the execution, and without a smite from the side of the full sense. Yeah, and no more steal this time with the Varus Q, and yeah, it's really worth it. Born this way, it's actually a 1-for-1 trade plus soul point on the side of Inferno Esports.
Replay out, and LJW needs to be securing that turret. Yep, he does. Here comes the parry. It's a chase now for excellence, but for now, it's just a little bit passive. Crazy. Okay, it's still a tie ball game still. You can see the kill very close between the two of them, but LJW looks to be the one egoing this time. But in terms of golden objectives, it's still going in IE's way, man.
Yeah, and we mentioned it earlier, the potential of split pushing from LJW, 2.3k gold lead, and it's all because of this 50 CS gold lead and the turret that he has been taking on this whole game though.
For this entire game, looking like a very close game still, but look at the objectives now. Baron is available. What else do we have in store here for Inferno Esports? Full sense, they're still trying to send it in. But because there's not enough damage to follow up, it's mostly just the wombo coming in from that Impale, Charm, plus Fate Sealed combo. If they cannot land it here for Full sense, it looks like IE still has an advantage here, but they're so tanky, so they have to be wary for Inferno Esports.
Yeah, that's the problem. Skarner already getting the second item, the Unending Despair, and Gragas also getting the second item. So yeah, the tankiness from these two front line of Full sense countered by IE, who plays full damage all into damage for the 5 players. So yeah, this Inferno Soul is gonna be important in 2 minutes, but Full sense, they knew they can play it front to back. They have the front line tankiness, but damage wise, the Yone also started to get second eye from the Virus, and overall the sustain plus the sustainability that provided by the Seraphine and IE, I don't think 5v5 is the team that you want to take on, because the assassination is really strong on the side of IE. They can just manage to pull Full sense into the team fight, while LJW starting to attack the side of lanes of the Full sense.
But yeah, here we stand for the side of Full sense. Let's see if they can get another answer here. Full sense, they're just looking for a pick. It's been working out for them still. The past couple of skirmishes been excellent so far. I.e., they just need a solid team fight to secure this Baron. But it seems to be the grand challenge. All hits connect for LGW. You saw how fast it was for the proc? My goodness!
Yeah.
That would have been 100-0 if it was someone squishy.
Yeah, and it just a stun from the riposte, I believe, from LGW, and then the grand challenge has just been proc really fast, as like Doc said. Third HP, I think 25%, 20% of the HP been taken down for excellence, but he still got his TP yet. So 30 seconds into the important Inferno Soul for Inferno Esports. If they got this, they really got a huge advantage to peel these tanks from Full sense, or they can trade it for the Baron.
And they don't want to flip it. That's the thing for IE. So they're just looking for the perfect way to set up a stage for something else. The dragon is spawning in 10 seconds here. LJW is egoing the whole way through, and LJW needs a whole lot of assistance here. No ultimate for the Varus, as they're gonna try and go for the Baron instead. The LJW did his job. He's gonna back away and potentially just TP, but the rest of the team is coming now. It's a little bit dangerous now. So I think IE, they need to pivot to Dragon and attempt to go for the soul instead of taking this Baron here, Manam.
Yeah, and it's just a bait overall because they knew LGW can get this inner threat on the bottom side, and they did just that. Inferno Esports managed to take full sense into their own turns, but instead they gonna left this Infernal Drake and they gonna retry into the threat of the Infernal Drake into the Baron.
Ooh, Drake for Dragon. Okay, let's see the flip. It does happen. The TP comes through. So at least there's a little bit of assurance here as LJW's around the area. Itai has reached level 16. And how much HP does the Baron have already before it gets taken down? Full HP? IE didn't take it. So the flip, the gamble doesn't come through. And Full Sense, they just take one Dragon for them. Absolutely free. And they're out of position too. So the tier 2 turret most likely gonna get taken down.
Yeah, and it's such a huge macro blunder from the side of Inferno Esports. They knew they left the Infernal Drake for Full Sense to take, but LGW, I think he recalled to the base first before joining into the Baron, and as they joined the Baron, it's already been late. They didn't want to take the risk in the team fight because the wombo combo that Full Sense have for the chain CC and IE. Again, I think they're just gonna try again. They just don't want to laugh with empty hand.
Yeah, they don't want to go home empty-handed here for IE. I mean, the entire time they were just playing with Baron the entire time. But once they know that they couldn't flip it in time, maybe not enough damage for their side. Maybe because the AD is not really the best AD to take it down easily. Seems to be a very passive aggression now for the side of IE. I don't know if they're gonna start it again though. Pew's still around the area. He's currently being the watchdog for the side of Full Sense. Currently still around the area, playing around with Ixtal's impact all the way through. And once he sees anyone in his vicinity, I feel like an impale is imminent for them. But for now though, IE, I mean, they're okay at this spot, but this is already the 30-minute mark. They don't want to be in this scenario because look at Excellence. Very tanky. They're nigh unkillable now, it seems.
Yeah, look at Excellence and Few. Rod of Ages, Stan Stacks, Mail and the Nimble Winter, also Skarner with the Heart Steel, the Unending Despair, and the Mail is just really, really hard to feel. Only Mortal Reminder on the side of Obscurity and IE. And yeah, I think the best option that IE can do is just to bait Full Sense into this Baron, while LGW try to push the side and maybe taking an inhibitor or two. Because at the team fight, I think it's really, really hard since there's no prominent.
Oh, there's so much damage!
Yeah, damage has been done by Austerity, but again, there's no much follow-up from the sides of IE, but LGW trying to make the best of this Yora.
He's such a menace. Hullbreaker plus Ravenous Hider. He is playing by himself. That's the only thing he's going out for. They have to think about where to go this time for the side of Full Sense because there's always the threat of your bot lane being absolutely disintegrated, if ever. But it's a 1v1 affair. Grand challenge. Does he want to go for it? Yes, he does. Pops the redemption, but there is still the GA coming for the side of LGW. No flash fused, and for Itai, that's a flash fuse, so he can't make a hero play perhaps if they go for this dragon play.
Yeah, and it's just really, really a stalemate from both of these teams because look at IE, they just trying to control this Baron pit so hard while LGW side laning on the bottom side of the lane. And yeah, Full Sense, they just at the tempo, not wanting to give IE half an opportunity to set up for themselves. And with the item that has been made for this both of teams, 4,000 gold leads of course on the side of IE, but that's all on LGW, and LGW is not even there for Inferno Esports to take the team fight.
Team fight.
it's a very obvious sign that IE they opted to go for the scale game instead of going very aggressive. We could have secured this game like 7 minutes ago, but because of the dragons not being in their favor, they have to make it a dragon fight. They can't make it 4 dragons in a row for the side of Full Sense. They are not in a spot to do that. And Celeste has everything in turn to secure a kill, but everyone's so tanky for IE, so it's a little bit hard for them to try and execute someone else here. If a Void Stab was present here, at any case for Celeste, maybe he could have gotten another assassination attempt. But for now, 7 seconds left. Dragon nowhere to be seen for IE here, as IE they opt to go for another Dragon play, Baron play.
Yeah, and I said, yeah, it's still soul point, so it doesn't matter. And the cast and Full Sense trying to fight this.
This is so risky! Oh, paranoia coming in! Where's Full Sense right now? Itai is so far away, and LJW needs to be the one to fight it back. But the TP is a little bit too late for them, as IE, they shut them down, they get the Baron play instead, and they were looking for this angle the entire time through, but Itai gets one more shutdown. Does he have one more in him? Not quite, as IE secured the ace, and they're looking to push towards the base.
As what we mentioned, Doc, LGW is not present on the team fight except this one, and look how much damage that he provided. And there's a push, a lane, 29 seconds, 21 seconds on the Blondie, the earliest, and I think IE got a shot, got a chance to push this to the end.
Is this over? This is a very decisive push if they do, but LJW exists. I forgot he can do that. There's a resurrection coming through. Where is Blondie? They need to take it down now, or else it might be over. But IE, look at the secure game number 3 in a decisive Baron play. 2-1. IE is on match point.
LJW, this carries, this Fiora really be a pain in the neck for the side of Full Sense. They just ignore it for so long, and the moment he joins the team fight, it's already over for the side of Full Sense, Doc.
Full Sense, they were trying to play this Dragon Soul play the entire time, but IE, that was a ploy the entire time. They were looking like sheep's and wolves clothing. And they were like, hey, what's up, guys? There's a Baron here. You guys want to try and fight? And Itai was the only person out of position there because he was soloing Dragon the entire time. Good in the damage for IE. They knew they couldn't let it go there. They couldn't make them wait any longer. And that Baron play really decided that game 3 win, Mr. Manamu.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna pass it to Abigail and Contra to break down the state game number 3. So Abigail and Contra, please take it away.
Thank you so much for all of the casters, Marabo, and also Dropout Candy. I mean, that was a very intense third game between Inferno Esports and also Full Sense. I mean, the early of the game was Celeste and also the show, and that was executed beautifully, Contra.
Yeah, it really was, and despite, some of all these instances in the early game for Full Sense to try to stall the advancement of the Nocturne from hitting that level 6 spike, didn't really pay off all too well, because these laners coming in from the side of IE, they were impeccable. I mean, you got a couple of all these kills running for the side of Celeste. She's snowballing already, and then on the bottom lane, we saw an amazing duke up between both sides where they are going for pokes and prods, and eventually they had Australia ready to make the calls happen. And I really think that this whole game is about who makes the better shot calls, right? And multiple times Inferno know that they are ahead. They were baiting and asking that very same question where the casters were talking about, are you gonna try to contest this on some of all these Baron attempts? And on the very final one, I think that was that perfect decision making. They know that the rest of Full Sense will have to decide if they are going to go trading for those objectives instead, and they opted, hey, we stack 4 members, we can eventually have the TP to come true from the side of Ite, but it took a little too long for him to actually secure it by himself, and then you saw the TP came a little late. Now let's talk a little bit about the draft, right? Because you got the Fiora as the late game insurance for Inferno, and you saw LCW continuously pressure. He didn't really have all too much to worry about other than to continuously shut the way, because once you do so, Excellence will need to answer back. So that Gragas needs to just become this kind of brick wall, and once he does leave, you will see like maybe some loopholes. They get a couple of turrets over on side lanes, and yeah, it became harder and harder to manage, and that's kind of how they continue to play that tempo game.
Yup, and not only LGW press excellence to defensive state, but also Salus and Austerity showed us how they also could win the lane.
Yeah, overall, this was some really massive flex. The flash, the perfect 3-point strike there with the kunais was absolutely beautiful. And then you have this instance where you have that curtain call and then that flash commitment to secure the double for the side of Austerity. As much as they got themselves into a really troublesome territory, I mean, that's 2 kills towards the Skarner. That's going to be building a lot more on the tank front. So I guess like they're very willing to, you know, just go in for it, because you're already putting Blondie as well as Yusaki a little bit behind. But I kind of wanted to see a lot more of these fights to really take place, and I think one of the instances was a little bit more of that challenge coming from the side of IE, which we saw in the mid game. FS found a lot of opening to go in for the punishment, especially on some of all these dives where they've been able to really open up that space. And I think that there was a couple of mistakes that happened, like Celeste recommitting. He thought that he could actually find that perfect execution angle, and they go in one after another. So it wasn't an easy task for them. So that being said, that kind of costed them a little bit more of that mid-game tempo. But all in all, you saw they were once again having born this way to be a little bit more proactive. But Ite looks super phenomenal on that Yone. I kind of wish there's a little bit more backing for him. Now, I want to put a little pause here in this fight. You got to see that they were always contesting for that dragon, because like this is super important for the side of Full Sense to really skill up ahead. So drawing the full equation, I think the first person I would definitely highlight is Few. Before we actually go into the fight, he's already brought down to 50%. So instantly, instead of rushing that dragon, what you really want to do as the side of IE is just to really go in for that full collapse and just really focus onto this party member. So once he's taken out, you can actually go in for the smite. So watch as it plays out. It was just very, very quickly that they've been able to take him down. But despite all that, I mean, the rest of these members coming in from the side of Full Sense, they've been able to really double down to really push up ahead. So they will just be able to eventually go all the way to chase them out. So perfectly warded out all the sort of dangerous situations that could have actually posed a threat towards the rest of Full Sense. So they get something in return, and then down towards this very fight, I would think that, you know, it could have actually been a big 50-50, but it was down to that paranoia in the middle of it all, where they've been able to just really box them into this location. Just take a look at this. And then you have 2 of these members who are absolutely free to actually go in for a lot of all these really free picking. And if you were to actually take a look further into this play right here, where there's just so much more that they had to handle. And then the problem was, yeah, that TP came a little bit late. So if it was a couple seconds earlier, maybe there would be a lot more damage to be dealt, because Ite being absent for that fight really was quite costly.
Yes, because if Ite joined the last fight sooner, that would be a different story. But I saw that Full Sense is trying really hard to redictate the tempo of the game, because IE is already forced FS to follow the tempo, and that you know kind of make FS sort of like often to jump into the perimeter fights that also make them in the, you know, a big more disadvantage on their hands.
And you know, by the time that they really wanted to make all these kind of decision making, I felt like it was kind of like a 50-50. They kind of hesitated a little bit and hence why this kind of scenarios happen. So I think like the rest of Full Sense, they really gotta double down and really be clear. Okay, we need to, if they really wanted to stop the Baron play, then by all means send all 5 members, because they were worried about having perhaps one member of the side of IE to sneak that. So I absolutely do understand, but Itae kind of need to make the call a little bit quicker as well whenever he needs to really join the fight.
Yup, and I think that the ends of the third game of today, but we still have another games because IE is already have one of their feet on the winning podium of this LCP Wild Card Playoffs Grand Final. But allow us to take a short break and we will be back to you guys after the break.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
Going for it, and here comes the steal!
Between Worlds hanya menjadi pemisah dunia.
นี้ที่ต้องเวิร์กไผ่หน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
as well, and even full commit is sticking.
Phenomenal, but they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away. Yes, but the damage is gonna be enough. W just pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the back set. natin nililawin na Infinity Kirby taking damage Sterling already. มันเรื่องตรงนี้เด็กพูดไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ดันเข้ามาฮอตรอปชาโด
Welcome back, Summoners, to the LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025 Grand Final. Back with me, Abigail, your host, Contra, your analyst, and Manamo, also Dropout Candy as your casters. And we are going to continue the match between Inferno Esports versus FS, aka Full Sense. And now we are going to jump into the fourth game between these two teams, and the third game was beautifully executed by IE. I mean, the one that I want to really highlight is the Fiora from LJW. I mean, he doesn't care. He didn't need to really care about anything except money and turret drop it handy.
I mean, there's so much he does in the map.
The objective for Fiora was so easy, man. Buy the Hull Breaker, buy the IE, buy the Triforce, buy the Hydra. I just started pushing all of the lanes, yeah? I mean, the Gragas was on security watch the entire time. He needed to take care of LJW, but LJW is like, the law can't break me. I got a sword. I can challenge. Bonk, 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 bonk. And then that last fight, Cinema, they already ended it also fast. I thought they needed like one more fight contra, but whew, so decisive.
I thought so too. It was really, really close, right? I think like what really went down was those beautiful shot calls and the combos together. I mean, the Nocturne Jin combo was quite potent, and those kind of exchanges over the bot lane as well. And now I want to see these two coaches really concoct the full recipe in Flame, especially because right now, it's do or die. This is possibly going to be the final game if they did not find something great for the side of Full Sense. So, i.e., they would be
J4
feeling rather confident, and they've already got the J4. You're super excited for this one.
I mean, Born This Way, there's a reason why Jarvan gets banned every single game for IE. It's because Born This Way plays the Jarvan. In the slew of picks that were signatures, Lee Sin's already picked, Sinjal's already picked. Jarvan is his last comper pick. And Full Sense, all breaks right now. No gas, all breaks. Zed will be picked this time.
Yeah, Zed and also Renekton, so this is going to be a very cover pick for Full Sense. And we've seen a game when Ite plays Zed really beautifully, but that was yesterday, and this game is totally different because we've seen that that they also can be overcooked with the drops that they can set up of Manamo.
Yeah, and also again, Full Sense with the team, Zed can be flexed into the jungle or maybe in the mid lane for Ite, and with Oriana, I think it's classic Cataclysm and Shockwave combo for Inferno Esports, and it really suits them well. Maybe it's a little bit different because Teles we saw earlier with the aggressive Akali play, and now he just need to reserve in this game number 4 playing a classic control mage. So I think the tempo is there for I, especially they look in the Aphelios.
That Aphelios pick from me is kind of interesting also, Contra.
Yeah, it definitely is very interesting. I mean, there's definitely that prowess in those team fights where you have mass crowd control, mass AoE damage. So it is definitely very teamfight oriented. But then again, full sense, you can see high mobility composition coming right through. So it is still not too telling whether if we're going to get to see View on this Zed or actually Ite. I definitely have a consideration for the Zed to actually go into the jungle because both sides, I mean, if you were to match up against an Orianna, you're going to be poked down with the Zed. So possibly you want to basically double down on a few more bans over onto either the mid lane or even some jungle at the very same time. So that being said, full sense, if they can double down, find something else to also supplement the front line, that should be good for them to really go for the chase. Because you take a look at that, I mean, Aphelios as well as Orianna, they might just be sitting ducks if they were not careful with their positions.
Yep, and Avas just tries to deny a very strong engage to support or a buff enchanter for IE. They just don't want to. They just don't want Aphelios to get pampered enough. Manamo.
Yeah, I think at this point you need maybe damage because with that I think for them back to jungle, the luck is nice win. Some set of full sense for Nextan as well, and I just personally want to see Kassadin because it really fits this draft really well and it suits Ite also. But I don't know what full sense kind of cooking, and Rel it's a safe big combo can be executed of course with the Magnustorm and the damage from the Renekton later on. But for IE Aphelios, we knew that if they want to play safe, there is still Tom Kench that can provide protection to the AD carry, or they want to play it a little bit aggressive with the Braum. It's still viable also, so a lot hole open for the side of the Esports.
Yeah. Braum is locked for IE, so this is a very solid from front to mid and also from the back damage allocations from IE Drama Candy.
My orange
solid.
top
They doubled
lane.
down.
Solid.
They absolutely
Solid.
doubled down.
They are
Okay.
protecting the president at the moment. This strat was well in tune to our beat right now. This
What?
is first Echo? Echo where? Echo jungle? Wait,
Echo
hold
mid?
on.
For mid lane,
Echo mid? Zed
Okay.
jungle.
Echo-
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay. This is cooking. Okay. I want to talk
Yeah.
about first, i.e. the double down. This is a composition named Protect the President. Well known by Mineski. They wanted to protect Kaigu on that game, so all of them were playing supports. Same thing here. They want to protect Austerity. He knows he can do 200 years. Austerity, that's his main champion. He plays Aphelios. That's his most played here in the series. Full sense though, I like the comp right now. Echo Zed, they're going all out here. They played this against with FRC, but not the Echo, right? Can you guys emphasize with me?
Okay.
yeah, correct.
All right, I definitely
Guitar
see this
Puncher?
angle where they are doubling down onto this precedent, right? So the only weakness is probably the early game where they're hoping to have that pressure coming with the Echo as well as that roaming together to really cause the chaos and try to really put down the Aphelios a little bit more behind, because once he burns the flash and perhaps whether it's a barrier or even a cleanse, he's only going to last for a couple of seconds unless he gets a lot more of that backup. So a lot of pressure is now on the shoulders of both junglers in order to really set the tone on how this early game plays out in order for them to make it past the mid game.
Yeah, but which jungle can handle the pressures? And this is the right time for us to watch the 4th game between Inferno Esports versus Full Sense. So I'm gonna toss it to Caster. So Manabo and Drawa Candy, it's all yours.
Oh, Manamu,
Ooh.
we are in the prime time. What time is it in your area? Is it like 10:30?
It's gum time. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, it's Gam time. What's the sign for Gam? What's the sign for that? Do you know it?
This one, right?
It's time. It's night time for game number 4. And you know this composition is looking really good. Mano, can you tell me what this composition is about here for Full Sense? I heard it from Cotter. I want to hear it from you.
Yeah, and for Full Sense, the aggressiveness from early on is the theme of their draft because they play on next and Z Echo. It just pick go front to back. But for IE itself, the problem for Full Sense is the lack of CC, and we already watched through these 4 days the team that drafting little bit lack of CC. It's often they got a really disadvantage in the mid game, but IE looks much more solid. All of these champions have CC. You can see the Ornn, especially even the Aphelios, they have the Gravitum, you know. So I think full sense if they cannot stay or they cannot careful enough to start the engage, it's really easy for IE just to counter engage it. You have the Ornhorn, you have the Cataclysm, Shockwave, even or even just to slow down the disengage with the Glacial Vision. So Inferno Esports really just need to play the team fight well, play the safe, like the game 2, game 3, they just knew the base for themselves, not overextending it, and full sense. I think the disadvantage is on them.
Yeah, it's a recipe for success, possibly, for IE. They're putting out all the stops. They want to finish it for game number 4. Austerity is on his signature champion. Born This Way is on Jarvan. It's looking like they want to end this as soon as possible. They don't want to get game 5 because everyone's champion pool is now depleted. Full sense, they are looking to reach game 5 with their flurry of picks, man. Zed, Echo, my goodness, these are champions I have never seen before in this region per se. In my region, nobody uses champions. They're not available. For Thailand though, I mean, I'll take everything. I'll take every pick out of the water here, Manamo.
Yeah, and if you're mentioning about the champion has been depleted, I think it's not the case for full sense. I mean, look at the Echo, the Rengar pick. They still have some of the champions on their arsenal left, but yeah, just like you said, Inferno Esports really want to take this game to the end in this game number 4. And by looking at the draft, I think it's really adapting to the meta as well. We can see this kind of lineup in a major region like LPL, LCK. You can see this Wombo combo, and it's really a double-edged sword because, like full sense, they should be watching a lot of this kind of draft. What are their weakness, and full sense with their unique draft also maybe can capitalize it. But again, with the lack of the CC, I think it's really the point that Inferno Esports can exploit a lot.
Yeah, I mean, for IE, I feel like they have the Wombo combo and they also have insurance with Aphelios, right? They have a lot of kill potential for the side of full sense, but they can't seem to get the lockout. Right? It's so hard to land too with the amount with the champions that they have available. But my goodness, it's looking intense here. What do you think is gonna happen? Early predictions for this match? You think it's gonna be over, or do you want it to be game number 5?
Yeah, I think game 5 will. I just want to get into the game 5 just to see the draft, But draft wise, it's really hard to execute. The consistent damage is really hard to be produced by the side of full sense, especially they play Israel as their AD carry. They play Echo, so it's really. IE should be, if they play on like their usual terms, they play just like the usual self, it should be 3-1 coming into this game 4.
Wow. Okay. I mean, decisive, right? I mean, IE, this is their one of their last chances to do it, right? If they lose, they're gonna be back in the grinder, back to game 5. But for now, full sense, we want to extend it. Game 5. You said they have a flurry of picks still, and you know that their pool is a little bit deep. You saw a while ago that they were putting out some weird picks right here, and even I was stunned. I was like, okay, we're not playing meta this time. Okay, this is our region. We got the C picks, and we are at least waiting for them to start this game out. But I want to talk about like how this Inferno team got together from the start. I felt like after the previous playoffs where they lost Austerity, they needed to rebuild, and most of the good players in the PH were already in good teams, so he needed to look elsewhere. And it's a good thing LJW and Born This Way was there to have a collaboration with these PH players, right? Because if we're not good with all five Filipino players, we might as well try to collab with someone else who, again, in turn, is a really strong team in turn. So that's why Conter's the one cheering for them as well, man.
Yeah, and they really showing it in this tournament. Just dropping so far 2 games, and both of them are against Full Sense, and we can see that it's no esports just like Contra said. They have a good shot call, they have a good decision making. The individual player also showing off, especially in the mid jungle top, that we really look a lot, and not to discredit the bottom side, really consistent from the side of Inferno Esports today. But kudos, of course, to Full Sense. They can really also the top 2 that we mentioned since the day one, and they just showing they can play standard League of Legends, they play meta, but they also have something on their sleeve, like they showing they also have the identities that came from our region.
Yeah, I think the identity is so big, even for Full Sense. One of the long-standing orgs in Thailand for so long, and Full Sense, they're making sure that they're not gonna go down without a fight. It's still 2-1. It's still open season for them to take this game out, but IE, this is more than just a consolation prize, because they weren't even supposed to be here, Manamu. They were
Yeah.
second in Liga Republica. They got beaten out by West Point Esports Academy 3-0. So it comes into your imagination, right? If it was West Point Esports Academy here in Wildcard, I don't know. It could have been way different this time. It would have been, I don't know, maybe dominant, maybe not. But for them, for Inferno, this is a second chance for redemption. They're making sure that they can stand for something greater rather than second place. They want to be the number one here. They want to be the number one in playoffs, and they want to be part of that promotion series. A chance to get promoted into LCP. You know how much that means to this region? A lot, man!
Yeah, and I think it's really good showing from Inferno Esports. And we'll see in this game number 4, LTW born this way, slash austerity, and moves only 1 win away from being the representative of LCP Wild Card into the promotion tournament. Full Sense, we knew what they can do. Excellent Spew, Ite, Blondie, and Yu Yu Usaki tried to prolong this game, bringing us into the silver strap wheel. They can do it, win this game number 4 here, game number 4.
Game number 4, and it looks to be the final stand for Full Sense in this series. Inferno, they're looking to lock in their place in the LCP wildcard spot for the LCP Promotion Series, and this might do it. They just need to secure this game out here, Mr. Manamu, but Full Sense, they're not going down. They have one more then.
Yeah, and I think the pressure is on Inferno Esports because they have this pressure to close the game quickly. While Full Sense, I think this draft really showing what Full Sense has bring into this tournament, the identity of these Thailand representatives. They just can play this freely, no pressure at all, just play on their own terms, and IE make me start by invading Full Sense jungle.
Okay, Full Sense very early on. I like the aggression still, at least an identification of where the jungler might be going here. I mean, again, the level 1 is very important for the Zed because it doesn't have a lot of good jungle timings except for this Raptor start, because that's where you could get his he can spam his ability a lot just to secure that first Raptor kill. And now, I mean, at least they know where he's gonna start. So for the side of this way, playing bot side, potentially trying to gank top or maybe just secure that scuttle. So this bot lane in turn, I think austerity. Is that Conquer on Aphelios? Am I seeing that?
Yeah? Yeah, well, maybe we saw earlier today we have electrocution, so this doesn't surprise us anymore, Doc.
That's true. But even I am a little bit confused if that is the correct one. Okay, but okay. I guess Conquer it is. I thought it was gonna be like Lethal Tempo or something, but I mean, if Austerity can prove me wrong, why not? But Moops, very low in HP. He's getting poked away by the Mystic Shot of Blondie here. And yeah, I mean, this seems to be this part of the game where it's a slow for Manamu. So, what happens this time around? Where do the timings go? What does the jungler prioritize here for both?
Yeah, I think as Jarvan, as J4 from Born This Way, you know, you can leave this on alone. He's gonna be on tank duty, on the Call of the Forge God duty. So I think if Aphelios is your best bet, or maybe try to harass this Echo, because Israel, as we knew, have the Arcane Shift to just escape away from the gang, from the Flag and Drag. And yeah, Echo is your best chance to just punish, but maybe the ping we saw on the minimap, initiating on the top side, maybe the Rakan or the Renekton, I mean, is already pushing really deep, and the Jarvan might be moved on the top side.
Okay, I took a quick look at the build for Aphelios. There is a Conquer sorcery build that you play with Aphelios. So at least it's not the wrong one. At least
Yeah.
there's a build. I thought that was the wrong one, but apparently there is an existing one. So it died very aggressive early on. Celeste doesn't seem to be around the area to try and secure the kill flag and drag for board this way, but he needs to be a little bit careful. Fuse around the area. Not a kill here, perhaps. I just try to get some pokes. Uh-oh! A little bit of a danger zone, but he gets the EQ away. And Celeste is around the area, so a lot of the DCS getting removed from Itai as Celeste will be back in top condition, and early on this game, Wolsense asserting dominance. They know they have the early game, and i.e. they're just waiting to scale up this entire time.
Yeah, the early game damage has been showing from the side of Full Sense, the Echo Z combo. I think the Echo itself harassing the Oriana. The Sylas need to get back a little bit early, and Few trying to get something again in the mid.
Oh, a fight this time, and Celeste doesn't have a flash. First blood coming through for Full Sense. No counter whatsoever. Overstayed their welcome, and Yu was there to at least an assist and the kill for it. I mean, i.e. this is not the typical solo queue gamers, right? I mean, you'd expect, you know, an Echo mid and solo queue red dead jungler, but not in the highest level, right? In LCP Wild Card Playoffs, you got the weirdest of picks, but I mean, if it's working out for Full Sense, I'd like to see them try.
Yeah, if it works, you know. And IE got caught, and Celeste, I think it's on the bad state. Born This Way need to prioritize this mid lane more, because I think it's a little bit a misread because IE, but again, Blondie.
Kapitom? Flag and Dragon. That should be the secured kill here. Blondie, out of position, uses the heal as well as the barrier, but not enough shielding and healing to save his life, and at least one kill for the side of the juggler this time. Could have been to Austerity, but okay, any chance that they can get here just to push it down and deny Blondie with a lot of CS on the board. That's huge.
Yeah, and because the Born This Way spent a lot of time in the mid lane before, and now at the bottom side, really there's a CS gap and level gap between him and Few. And in the top side, we knew this Renekton are just gonna punishing this on really hard need to play the weak side this time for LGW. So I think the first Cloud Drag Few can just have a control over it.
Yeah, and they know they don't have any support here for Born This Way, so he can't really risk it. Just puts the flag down and hopes for the best. The standard is there, and this looks to be the way of Full Sense early on in this game, because there is a sense of the unknown that IE is walking into. So many unorthodox picks for them, and they're adapting. They're trying to adapt on the spot, Manamo.
Yeah, that's the hardest part maybe in the early game, the 10 early minutes for Inferno Esports, because they knew how hard is it, the combo, and
Stun?
Excellence gonna be proc, the stun, but yeah, Austerity just gonna be, yeah, I'm just gonna farm this wave because this wave is much more important. And again, the Cloud Drake, the first Drake of the game number 4 has been given into the side of Wolsense.
Yeah, they didn't want to give it, so instead they do the timing instead, pushing up, swapping in time for the Ornn as well as the bot lane. But Celeste around the area, dissonance activated, but no damage as of yet. So a little bit of concern here for the mid laner. Oh, that's -1 on the cannon minion. 07 at least, but yeah, for this way. Trying to get the shadows through, but I don't think they have any response here as LGW is walking on Grub side already. Does he have timings down? He does have the TP to boot, so at least he can play around the scenario if ever. So there is a TP, but big plates coming through for Excellence here. They try to get away. There is another Grub to be secured, and at least for the side of IE, they'll secure the Void Grubs. They have the advantage over that. So, Excellence. LGW is not in his scary role, so he is playing a full tank, which compared to last game, as boss to the wall as a carry right
Yeah.
now. Oh, Celeste! Shockwave in turn! Tries to go for the combo. Oh, gets absolutely destroyed. Yu though, does he have anything to go for here? Yu is very just evasive, and they got a kill without any return for the side of IE. Full sense with the lead.
Yeah, and this mobility that we're talking about, the Ite with the chrono break, they can make this aggressive play even though there's Cataclysm on the side, and this bot lane, of course, LGW gonna get chunked a lot versus Excellence. But again, Full Sense knowing what their comps can do, who gonna take the turret aggro and just, you know, just turn back the time and come back safely from Ite, and Zed, the few, can just come back to one of his shadows. And again, it's not a good start for Celeste.
Yeah, I mean, so annoying for Full Sense. They're taking a sweet time, just boiling the pot. It's a little bit troublesome because Celeste is not in a good position to take a lot of these trades. He's currently being countered by the Echo here. So many utility for the Echo just to counter a lot of Orianna's abilities. So in a full counter scenario, you just have to hope and just scale up, perhaps. And not a good time for IE at the moment. Now they're playing for behind shades from the first game. Oh, this is his WE combo for LGW. He might get punished here.
Yeah, but no mana left for Blondie, so they just need to call it day. But again, we are gonna focus on the mid lane, though. It's really, just like you said, annoying for Celeste because he can really farm in his own lane, even though he's playing Wakeside. But Austerity alone here.
Oh, Austerity's alone. There is the ultimate coming through. Not enough damage for few. That's the cheat on back, but there's too many people here for the side of IE. They might as well give some of these plates for the side of Full Sense. And they're making sure Austerity's still around the area to at least give the CS behind. So a lot of resources used for Full Sense here. And there's still a ways to go before this dragon spawns. HLW needs to secure a plate here on this top side. And Blondie, the one rotating, at least he gets one. That's a big one for LGW. Just needs to play the tank role. Playing a role, playing alone doesn't need that much resources, so to say. Just needs a lot of tank items. Just need to give all of the gold here for IE, but look at the gold lead, man. It's looking really good for Full Sense. All golds are on the side for Full Sense.
Yeah, this is the early game that they were hoping, and now right at the top might be an initiation, but just try to bait the teleport from Celeste or from moves.
Oh, Austerity's alone.
And Austerity is alone, Doc.
Oh, EQ needs to get the charge, and Austerity goes a little bit close to the sun. Gets the feats of warfare, full sense. Look to be in charge this early game. 2K gold lead. And they are balls to the walls. This scale comp, I don't know if Inferno Esports is used to this. They're very used to taking it to the early game. But if they play the scale game, we're noticing a lot of these patterns not going their way, man.
Yeah, I think it's really different. Just like you said, Inferno Esports used to play the aggressive early game, trying to find an early skirmish. But right now they play the scaling comp with this Aphelios and this Ornn, and the Call of the Force God may be connect from LGW, but the damage is not there because of Dominus. And really, it's just easy, but it's a trade. At least they got the kill to Austerity.
Yep, it's a kill to Austerity. There's a shield coming up. Is he gonna dodge with the ult? Yes, he does. There's a flag and drag combo. I think he needs to do a little bit more damage, but there's no Cataclysm to boot. A little bit scared for Born this way. They should have at least used an ulti to try and use any of Itae's abilities, like the Psalms, but doesn't come through. And Full Sense still leading the pack here, and this is a big gold lead here early on in this game.
Yeah, 3,000 gold lead early for Full Sense, and if they can manage this momentum, we might see the Silver Scrapes for ourselves in the last day of LCP Wild Card. But Inferno Esports still have chance there. Still, we haven't seen the full team fight yet between these two teams, and we knew the combo that can be managed by Inferno Esports. So Full Sense also need to be careful when it's time for team fighting.
Team fight. Team good, man. Team red taping already fallen. Looks to be a very good spot for Full Sense right now. This is a comfortable lead that they're okay with just stalling out. And for the Ezreal, they know that they have the insurance with Austerity, but this Ezreal is a very safe pick too as well. So you can't really just lock them out of vision. That's a 1k gold gap between the two bot laners here. So IE in trouble this early game unless they can find an opening later on.
Yeah, I agree. I really agree. So the lack of CC that we mentioned earlier from Full Sense is really managed if they have map control from early on. They just can set up traps and again Celeste didn't have leeway.
Oh, here comes the ulti. Oh, doesn't get the shockwave in time. A bit of a troubling occurrence, and my goodness, Few going for Faker style this time. EQ combo, Call of the Forge God doesn't get the hit, and they need to get the retreat here for Full Sense, because now the rest of the team is on the way. Where is the hunt? Where is the knockup? There's no damage, and Full Sense, they're just abusing them at this point underneath their own turret. No ultimate to use for Austerity, as they'll happily take that trade. Buying 5k gold gap for the side of Full Sense. My goodness.
Yeah, I think it's really uncharacteristic from Born this way and Inferno Esports as overall, because we never saw Inferno Esports really try to push their luck. And even though after the disadvantage Celeste has been taken down, they knew they need to scaling. They really overcome it themselves, as we see on the replay. Celeste, it's already 3-man. The Excellence tanking the turret aggro really well. And again, the Cataclysm has been flashed, they should get back at this point, because the IE look at 3-man there, and it's a little bit too late from the Call of the Forge for LGW. They saw Itae there, and again, look at the movement of moves, and LGW, they thought they have the damage, but they didn't. And the turret aggro really at the edge of the circle, and it burns LGW.
That's looking rough for IE. Full Sense looking to be back on top, but for IE, they have a couple of objectives they can get here, tier 2 in particular, as they'll try to enter down one more time. Do they go for one more charge here? I don't think so. They'll just leave it be, but tier 2 already for IE, at least the objective bounty will be on their side,
as it will be turning off soon enough. So the gap still wide for Full Sense. IE playing catch up. They've tried this before. They tried scaling up from game number 1. So if they're gonna scale up this time, this is the best way to do it. Austerity, they have a timer.
Yeah, and we talk about Full Sense. They lack of CC. Also, it's a relatively squishy lineup from the side of Full Sense. But if they can capitalize this Mountain Soul point and maybe move up to Mountain Soul, there's really nothing IE can do because this Avelios is just left behind. This Oriana playing Road of Ages variant, so it's gonna be a less damage, except he can go into like 4 items maybe, but Full Sense already assembling the puzzle pieces that they need to bring us to game 5, Doc.
Yeah, game 5 is looking like a possibility. Call of the Forge God gets the dodge away, redemption available, so there is a chunk of HP to be held. Austerity, he is playing the president right now. They don't want to be part of this wombo combo, and they know that Itaes are just around the area. He doesn't care, dude. He's gonna just TP and try and attempt to just keep on pushing from this top lane. Look at it. Even at 18 minutes, they're gonna go for the dragon, but at what cost? A lot of turrets being taken down by Full Sense, and this isn't looking to be a good sign for things to come for Inferno Esports.
Yeah, they might get a one set of inhibitor, but LGW trying to block Full Sense, but the inhibitor turret is been taken down. The shockwave is there from Excellence, and the Moonlight Vigil Glacial Fissure is perfect, and the block, true shot barrage, and only Excellent that has been fallen born this way, trying to buy sometimes LGW with the knock up, but the Misty Shot from Blondie taking care of LGW. They protect their inhibitor, but at what cost? Because it's really a lot from the side of Inferno Esports.
Yeah, it's rough, man. Blondie's playing keep out the entire time. Echo has Lich Bane, so it's gonna be an even rougher time for our mid laner here.